the parties able to view the the final jury instructions?
Yeah, they were emailed right after you left the bench. So
Okay.
I just kind of sat here and reviewed them.
Okay, I don't know if we want to talk about, well, we should probably bring in the jury, but I just, on page 6, there was standard criminal 22 about witness prior conviction. I don't think we need that necessarily. And then there was the lesser included offense, standard 36, for use of means of transportation. If we're going to do that, then do we need to update the verdict forms for a lesser included?
Yes.
That's just something to think about. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Are we ready then to bring the jury in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, right there. Which one?
Good morning, everyone. Hope you had a good evening. We are back today with a continuation of our trial. When we ended yesterday, the state had indicated that they plan to continue to call witnesses this morning. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who is your next witness going to be?
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Eric Dunstan.
Detective Dunstan?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Eric Dunstan, D as in David, U-N-S-T-O-N.
Thank you, sir. And what do you do for work?
I'm a detective for the Payson Police Department.
Okay. How long have you worked for the Payson Police Department?
Almost 6 years.
Okay. Could you describe to us your law enforcement training and experience?
I originally started my career in the state of Colorado. I attended the Pueblo Law Enforcement Academy. Then worked for the Custer County Sheriff's Office in Colorado for 3 years before I made a lateral transfer to the Payson Police Department, where I've been for almost 6 years. I attended an academy. I have thousands of hours of advanced training.
Did you respond to a call for a missing vehicle on November 15th, 2023?
I did.
Okay, could you take us through that, please?
On November 15th, 2023, I'd received a call for service for a potentially stolen vehicle. I met with Mr. Burdick at Coyote Auto, where he had explained to me that his vehicle, a 1989 Mazda B2200, had been being stored at 304 East Bonita Street, the residence of Mr. Russell Ostrom, the defendant. He stated to me that he had attempted to collect the vehicle several times, but due to several other inoperable vehicles being in the way, he was unable to do so. He stated he was then contacted by Mr. Russell Ostrom's father, Stephen Ostrom, who stated that his vehicle was in the clear and he was able to have that vehicle picked up. Mr. Burke advised me that he had sent Ted from LaForge Towing over to pick up the vehicle, but Ted could not locate it. At this point, he did not know where his vehicle was and wanted to report stolen.
So that all took place at Coyote Auto
Correct,
on Main Street here in Payson?
correct.
Okay, and then from there, where did your investigation take you?
I went to 304 East Bonita to check for myself to see if the vehicle was there. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. From the street view, I could not see any vehicles there. So I came to the conclusion that the vehicle was not there.
Okay, thank you. So after Bonita Street, you confirmed the vehicle wasn't there. What happened next in your investigation?
I had the vehicle entered into law enforcement databases, ACIC, NCIC is stolen.
Okay. And did you have any contact with anyone regarding the vehicle after you checked Bonita Street?
The following day, Mr. Ostrom's father had come in and spoke with me.
Mr. Ostrom came into the police station?
Stephen Ostrom, yes,
Okay. And you said that was the next day on November 16th?
correct.
Okay. Did you have a body-worn camera recording the events on October 16th, or November 16th, 2023?
I did.
Okay, just one moment. Okay. Can you tell us about your conversation with Mr. Ostrom at the police station?
Stephen had told me that he knew we were looking for Russell at that point. I explained to him that we were looking for a vehicle that Russell was last in the possession of. During that course of conversation, Stephen told me that Russell had a vehicle that didn't belong to him.
I'm sorry.
Stephen had told me that Russell had a vehicle that did not belong to him.
What else was said during that conversation?
He stated that he had sold the home on Bonita and that he had told Russell he had to get all of his things out, that Russell wasn't allowed to go back to the residence because it had been sold. He additionally had made statements of Russell needed to be locked up.
Objection. Hearsay relevance.
Sustained?
Okay. So after November 16th, you had that conversation with Mr. Ostrom, Stephen Ostrom. Where did your investigation take you after that?
Based on statements that that Mr. Russell Ostrom was potentially in the woods, I was on routine patrol on November 28th on Grant Ells Road. At approximately mile marker 3.5, I observed several vehicles, several RVs, and one vehicle that had a gray bed, black cab, and appeared to be a Mazda pickup truck. Based on my knowledge of Mr. Ostrom having several vehicles and the very distinct description of this Mazda pickup truck, I believe that that was in fact the stolen pickup truck.
Objection to the characterization, Your Honor.
Sustained?
Did you run the vehicle identification number for the Mazda pickup truck you saw off East Granite Dells?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find when you ran the vehicle identification number?
It returned as the stolen
Objection to
B2200.
the characterization, Your Honor. It's a legal conclusion that hasn't been established one bit.
It's the vehicle identification number that he ran for the vehicle.
I think what he's objecting to is the characterization of it as stolen. I think it'd be more appropriate to describe it as the vehicle that had been reported stolen. I will sustain his objection, though.
Okay, so what came back when you ran the vehicle identification number?
It was the reported stolen vehicle.
Reported as stolen. Thank you. Did you have a conversation with the defendant off of East Granite Dells?
I did.
And what happened during that conversation?
I had asked him about the vehicles that were off to that side, and he originally stated that they belonged to Jordan Hull. I explained to him that two of the vehicles there were registered to Jordan Hull and asked him specifically about the Mazda B2200, in which he stated that that truck was his. I asked him if he had any proof of ownership, and he said, "Not with me, not at this time."
Okay. And the location specifically off of East Granite Dells Road, does that area have a name?
It connects to the Monument Trailhead.
Okay, Monument Trailhead. So he first mentions that the truck belongs to Jordan, you said?
He says that all the vehicles over there belong to Jordan, yes.
Okay. And did his answer change?
He then stated the truck was his.
Okay. Did he have proof of ownership of the truck?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you inform him that it was reported as stolen?
I did.
Okay. Was he aware that it was?
That it was reported stolen?
Yes.
No.
No. Okay. Did he have a phone with him?
No, he did not.
He didn't have a phone?
No.
Okay. Did anyone know where he was
His...
prior to your contact with him on November 28th?
No.
Okay.
Not that I had been in contact with.
Okay. Are you aware of David Burdick trying to get a hold of him?
Yes.
Okay. Was he successful in that?
No.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you he knew Mr. Burdick?
Yes.
Okay. What did he say about Mr. Burdick?
He stated that he works at Coyote Auto and that they are friends.
Okay, so he knew where Mr. Burdick worked on Main Street.
Correct.
Okay. 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 Showing you Exhibit 14, do you see it on your screen?
Could you pull it up? Yes.
Okay, could you describe Exhibit 14, please?
It appears to be a clip from body-worn camera.
Have you reviewed this exhibit before trial?
Yes.
Are there, is this your body-worn
May I
camera?
have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. Go ahead. Thank you, Your Honor.
This is your body-worn camera?
No, Exhibit 14 is Sergeant Hanson's body-worn camera.
Sergeant Hanson's, okay. You reviewed it before trial?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any redactions or edits made?
Yes, it appears it's shorter than the...
Okay. You said you reviewed it before trial?
Yes.
Yes. Can you tell us what Exhibit 14 depicts?
It depicts me running the vehicle identification number on the Mazda B2200.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what occurred on November 28th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves to admit Exhibit 14 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 14, State's Exhibit 14 shall be admitted.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, we'd like to publish and play Exhibit 14 for the jury.
You may.
So we'll need the clerk to switch the screen.
And Detective Dunstan, you said this was Detective Hanson's body-worn camera, correct?
Sergeant Hanson, yes.
Sergeant Hanson, thank you.
Is there supposed to be sound?
Is there any audio in this body-worn?
I'm unsure when Sergeant Hanson activated his body-worn camera. There may be a 30-second delay.
Okay. Would any audio be relevant to the depiction of you running the VIN number?
No, not at this point.
Is this the truck right here that you're positioned in front of?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Are there racing tires on the back?
No, there are not.
No. Is there a white hood scoop?
No, there is not.
No. Okay. So, and then this video depicts you running the VIN and confirming this is in fact the truck
Yes,
reported missing.
correct.
Madam Clerk, you can switch the screen.
Okay, and then on your screen, Detective, could you please move to Exhibit 15? Do you recognize it?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
This is a clipped video of my body-worn camera.
Okay. Did you review this body worn before trial?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were there any redactions or edits made?
Yes, there are.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of your contact with the defendant on November 28, 2023?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, State moves to admit Exhibit 15 into evidence.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 15 shall be admitted.
Can we have, sorry. Your Honor, may the clerk give us access or switch the screens?
Do you wish to publish to the jury?
Yes, move to admit and publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Let me publish to the jury.
And does this body-worn camera video, does it depict statements made by the defendant to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Okay. Whose vehicles are over there? The truck, the 4Runner, and the other one?
That's, Jordan?
Jordan?
Yeah.
What about the truck? Because Jordan's vehicles come back to Jordan.
The Mazda?
Yeah.
That's mine.
Oh, it's yours?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have proof of ownership of it?
No, man, no. Not here.
Where'd you get it from?
I got it from, hold on. God damn it. They go by Ryder. But it's, it looks like Coyote.
Go pull my car up.
Honey!
He sell it to you?
No, he left it in my yard. We were building it.
Okay,
What the fuck is it? Birdie.
okay. So he gifted it to you, he sold it to you, what's the deal with
So he
that?
just abandoned it.
Okay, you sure he abandoned it?
Yeah, it's just been I've had it for, how long have I had it in Mazda? At least 3 years.
Okay,
For sure.
and he hasn't ever asked for it back?
Nope.
He's never said, hey, I'm trying to come get this,
Nope.
but it's blocked inside your yard?
No, he's never even showed up. He was okay, he's looking for a coyote.
Okay, yeah, I know who he is. There's a reason I'm asking you that specifically, right?
Yeah.
It's not just a coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, he's left it. He's never showed up. I mean,
Now, can you go with Sergeant Hanson over there for me, please?
Wait, what's going on? What?
Because it's reported stolen.
Oh, great. I'm glad you let me know.
So, well, he's been trying to get a hold of you about it. He's talked to your dad about it. Your dad's the one that told us that you took it somewhere. After you took it out of the yard, he tried to come
My
get
dad
it.
hasn't told me anything.
Okay, well,
And he hasn't never showed up.
okay.
I don't know how he's gonna get hold of me. He knows where I live.
Well, now he doesn't,
Now,
right?
yeah.
Because none of us knew where you are. I just happened to be driving through here and saw it.
Yeah. Once you let me know. I mean, look, he's never come to the house for a long time.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm being told, right? So he says he's
good.
tried to get it a few times.
No, he
And
doesn't.
then when
Never
he
showed
tried,
up.
he tried to get
everybody
it.
here. He's been with me for a year.
But then he tried to get it.
When?
He tried to get it when you had parked over at the library next door. And then he had tow truck show up and it was gone.
Well, he didn't let me know.
Okay, well, your dad's the one that was communicating with him, I guess. So,
Oh, great. Call my dad.
well, I'll talk to your dad. Stop yelling. We don't need all that.
Well, he should call, call us and let me know what's going on.
Well, you don't have a phone. How's he going to get a hold of you?
He does.
Okay, well, he doesn't know that.
My dad does.
Right, okay. Well, I talked to your dad, and he said he didn't have a way to get a hold of you.
Oh, okay.
Madam Clerk, you can switch the screen, thank you.
In addition to the statements made in that video, did the defendant make any additional statements to you?
Yes.
What did he say?
After he was placed in handcuffs, and there was conversation about how he had stated there's a right way to do things. I told him, yes, the right way to do things would have been for you to file for an abandoned title.
Objection. Relevance, materiality.
It goes to show.
The approach.
Yeah. Could you continue with what the defendant's statements were during your conversation with him after the body worn video?
Yes. So there was a conversation that occurred and Mr. Ostrom states, there's a right way to do things, which I replied, correct, the right way to do things would be file for an abandoned title. Mr. Ostrom stated, how am I supposed to file for an abandoned title when we're friends? And I explained to him the same way he would file for an abandoned title if they weren't friends.
Was that interaction captured on your body worn camera?
Yes, it was.
Okay, could you please bring up Exhibit 16 on your screen, Detective?
Not you, Madam Clerk.
Right.
Okay. Do you recognize it?
Yes. It is-
How do you recognize it?
It is a clip from my body-worn camera.
Okay. Did you review it before trial?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Are there redactions or edits made to it?
Yes, there are.
Okay. Could you describe the redactions and edits?
The video appears to be much shorter. It's a clip from the entire duration of my interaction with Mr. Ostrom.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of a portion of your body-worn camera on November 28, 2023?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 16 into evidence.
No objection.
Witness 16 shall be admitted.
Well, subject to my previous objection.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, could you give control of the screen?
He's never trying to contact me at all.
Vice Paul, you show Russell 1015.
Hey, honey. Babe, can you give me my shoes?
Shoes and a shirt, please.
The grass has been growing around that truck for years. And nobody's ever come by.
Well, you didn't file an abandoned title on it, so there's nothing
No,
you
I
can do
didn't
about
mean-
it, right? So,
When
when it
did you
gets
say
reported
about
stolen,
that?
it gets reported stolen. There's,
How can I find a bandit title when we're friends together?
the same way you would file an abandoned title if you weren't friends. If you're saying it was abandoned,
Well,
you
yeah,
could have filed an abandoned title.
I don't understand.
Things don't just become yours.
No, I know that, but that's the way
Well, you're assuming it
know
would.
it, then. Well, okay, but there's a process of doing things right, and he's
Right,
just letting
the
me know.
process of doing things right would have been you to file an abandoned title, not just take a truck without
Well,
communicating.
and we're just gonna leave it there on the property.
You know where he works, right? You could have gone and talked to him.
I have.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, could you take us off the screen? Thank you. All right. Okay, Detective, could you please bring up Exhibit 17 on your screen?
Yes,
All right. Do you recognize Exhibit 17?
yes.
How do you recognize it?
Is a clip of my body-worn camera interaction with Mr. Steve Ostrom.
Okay, and did you review it before trial?
Yes,
Are there any redactions or edits made to the video?
yes, the video is shorter.
You said it's shortened.
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of a portion of your body-worn camera on November 15th, 2023?
November 16th.
16th, thank you. Your Honor, state moves to admit Exhibit 17 into evidence.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
All right. Detective, actually, we're going to come back to that at a different point. Could you pull up Exhibit 18 on your screen?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what does it show?
Is a screenshot of me next to the Mazda B2200.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of you running the vehicle identification number on November 28th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 18 into evidence.
No objections.
States 18 will be admitted.
Your Honor, I think now would be a good time for that, for a recess,
Okay.
to review Exhibit 17.
So folks, we're going to take a short recess so that the parties can review Exhibit 17 to make sure there's no objections to it. And so we'll need to do that outside your presence. So if you want to go back, use the restroom, get a drink, is 10 minutes enough time, or should we give them 15 at this point?
No, we've previously discussed it, so it shouldn't take very long.
Okay, we'll come back in about 10 minutes, please.
Little room.
Okay, great. All right, Madam Clerk, take a brief recess. Okay. And so as to the state's request to admit Exhibit 17, you do not have an objection then? Okay, State 17 will be admitted. And whenever the jury's ready, they can come back in. Please be seated. You may continue, Mr. Beckwith.
Okay. Detective, could you please bring up Exhibit 17 on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Is a clip from my body-worn camera on November 16th, 2023, when I had an interaction with Mr. Stephen Ostrom.
Okay, did you review it before trial?
Yes.
Are there any redactions or edits made?
Yes, the video is shorter.
Shortened, okay. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of your interaction with Mr. Ostrom on November 16th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, state moves to admit Exhibit 17 into evidence.
No objection.
17 is admitted.
And then, Madam Clerk, could we please motion to move to publish to the
You
jury?
may publish.
Okay.
Yeah, the truck that he's got doesn't belong to him.
Yeah, oh, I know, I was dealing with it all day yesterday, trying to track it down and track him down. Do you know where he went?
Well, there's Heber, and the other one is someplace up in the woods somewhere.
Okay.
I have no idea where, because he's been hauling stuff out of there. He's been there about anywhere from 12 o'clock to 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock at night, so you guys don't.
Mr. DeBridge, Mr. Steve Ostrom is here. Are you planning on calling him today?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sorry?
You're not again. I'm so sorry. I just put the siren to the door, like, I didn't hear it all.
Sure. Will you publish that again,
Thank
please?
you.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, the truck that he's got doesn't belong to him.
Yeah, oh, I know, I was dealing with it all day yesterday, trying to track it down and track him down. Do you know where he went?
Well, there's Heber, and the other one is someplace up in the woods somewhere.
Okay.
I have no idea where, because he's been hauling stuff out of there. He's been there about anywhere from 12 o'clock to 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock at night, so you guys don't.
You're welcome.
Detective Dunstan, do you see the person in the courtroom here today that you had an interaction with on November 28, 2023?
Yes.
Can you describe where they're sitting in an article of their clothing?
You see it at the defense table in a plaid shirt next to Mr. DeBridge.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that?
The record may reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Thank you. And did these events occur within the jurisdiction of Gila County Superior Court?
Yes, they did.
Thank you. And then, how long between the truck reported stolen and you found it, how long was that time frame?
Almost 2 weeks.
Okay. Did you know where Mr. Russell Ostrom was during that time?
No.
Do you know where the truck was during that time, the Mazda truck?
No.
Did Mr. Burdick know where his truck was during that time?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning, Mr. DeBridge.
So, how many conversations total did you have with Mr. Burdick?
I believe just one.
And that was just the initial report.
Correct.
How long did that conversation last?
Approximately 10 minutes.
Okay. So, in those 10 minutes, I'm going to assume
That Mr. Burdick didn't tell you much of the things that he told us yesterday about the history of how this truck came to be there.
Not as in great detail, correct.
So were you aware of the roughly 6 years that it had been on the property of the senior Mr. Ostrom?
Not that it was for 6 years, no.
Well, you did know about the property itself, where it had been, but you didn't know the length of time it had been there.
Correct.
And you didn't know the extent of the relationship, friendship between my client and Mr. Burdick.
No.
You didn't know that they had actually worked on this vehicle together, correct?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware that the vehicles needed, all the vehicles on that property needed to be removed because the senior Mr. Ostrom was selling the property?
Not at the moment that I talked to Mr. Burdick.
So Mr. Burdick didn't tell you the background and history of all this and how the vehicle came to be there in the first place?
Not in the detail described yesterday, sir.
Did he tell you when is the last time he had spoken with my client?
I do not recall that, sir.
So would that information, that background information have been helpful to you at the time?
It would have been greater information, yes.
Would it perhaps have given you some pause about reported being stolen somewhere?
No.
Well, if you had some idea of the relationship between the parties, and you had some idea of other steps that could have been taken to locate the vehicle, would you have done those first possibly?
No, Mr. Burdick stated that he had been in contact with Mr. Ostrom's father and that he had requested the vehicle several times.
But no contact with my client?
No.
So you had no idea at that time where it may have been moved to or why it had been?
Correct.
And in fact, now you know that it was moved along with other vehicles that had to be removed from that property, or perhaps bad things could have happened to those vehicles, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that when you did make contact with my client, do you recall how it was that you knew or found out he was there?
Mr. Hull, at the time, I'm unsure of their relationship now. It was his fiance's brother.
Okay. How did you get in touch with him?
He was at the first trailer that we had contacted.
Okay. But what was the reason you went to that area, I guess, what I'm getting?
The vehicle was parked there next to that trailer.
Okay. And how many other vehicles were there?
2.
Were there other vehicles from other people in that area?
I believe there was 2 other trucks and 1 other sedan.
And the truck was plainly visible where it was, correct?
Correct.
No efforts made to hide it or secret it away anywhere?
Correct.
When my client first makes the statement that heard having to do with the vehicle being abandoned. Did you ask him about that further? About what he meant by that?
No, I didn't ask him what he meant by it.
And that could have tied into the history of how long the vehicle had been there in hindsight, correct?
That is a possibility, yes.
And even my client told you that he had not had contact with Mr. Burdick in some time, correct?
Correct.
Mr. DeBridge, can you double check and make sure that microphone is on?
It was right when I got it. Are you folks hearing me?
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. It's still green though.
It's green? It should be red.
I know.
Yeah, it should be red. Do you have a lapel mic? Thank you. Just want to make sure, because we don't have a court reporter, that everyone's getting picked up. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
Is that okay, everybody? I guess it's more for our record, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Did you ever, after speaking with my client, did you ever go back and speak with Mr. Burdick about some of the information you obtained from both his dad and him?
No.
And do you have any information as to when did Mr. Burdick ever relate to you when was the last time he actually spoke to my client, not his dad, about the vehicle?
No, not that I recall, sir.
And the vehicle had to be towed from the property, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't operating at all?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Dunstan, does working on a car transfer ownership?
No, it does not.
How is ownership of a vehicle transferred?
Usually through a bill of sale, transferred through the MVD, or by abandoned title.
When you arrived at the campsite at Monument Loop Trailhead off East Granite Dells, who did the defendant say all the vehicles originally belonged to?
Originally, he said the three that were next to the trailer were Jordan Holes.
Jordan Holes, okay. Was Jordan also living at the campsite?
He was living at the campsite just off to the side.
Okay. He originally said that the truck belonged to Jordan Hull. Did his story change?
Yes.
What did he change about it?
When confronted about the Mazda, he stated that that was his.
Said it was his, okay. Did he have proof of ownership?
No, he did not.
When you looked up the vehicle identification number, who was the registered owner to the Mazda truck?
Mr. Burdick.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Does the jury have any questions? May this witness step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the state have any additional witnesses?
State rest.
State rest, all right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know we're taking a lot of breaks. We're going to take another quick break so I can discuss going forward. how the rest of the day is going to go. So when you come back, we'll give you an update, okay? So it'll probably be less than 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. All right, the record will reflect the absence of the jury. Mr. DeBrigida, do you have a motion?
I do, Your Honor. Pursuant to Rule 20, I'm asking the court to direct a verdict of not guilty as to each of the two charges. If I may address them in order?
I'm sorry?
If I may address them in order individually?
Please.
So as to count one, the theory under which the state has charged the case is that my client intended to permanently deprive Mr. Burdick of the vehicle. There's absolutely been nothing presented that establishes that element. In fact, it's just the opposite. For a very long time, my client and/or his father were kind enough to keep this item on their property, basically storing it, working on it, all the time maintaining their friendship, to suggest that somehow my client's actions could even come close to anything resembling trying to permanently deprive my client of this property. It just doesn't make any sense. If anything, when he moved it to the campsite, he was essentially protecting it because it had to be removed from the area because the property had been sold. You heard the officer say that there was no attempts to secret it away or hide it or anything like that, which, given the multitude of places in this area you could hide things, if somebody wanted to prevent somebody from finding it, they certainly didn't do a very good job of it. So I don't think the state has come anywhere near presenting evidence that any reasonable trier of fact could find a guilty verdict. The same holds true for count 2, Your Honor. My client keeping it without permission for even a short period of time. And here, Judge, the testimony is very clear that Mr. Burdick didn't even have any conversation with my client about this vehicle for apparently years. The fact that he's had conversation with Stephen Olstrom about the vehicle further demonstrates that there was not even any discussion of, hey, I'm giving you this vehicle for a fixed period of time, and after that I want it returned. In fact, it's just the opposite. There was no limitation, there was no discussion or agreement about for what period of time my client could essentially have possession of this. He's always, and his father is always maintaining possession on behalf of Mr. Burdick. So to argue that my client somehow went outside some scope of permission, there's simply no evidence of that. The fact that Mr. Burdick didn't know where the vehicle had been taken doesn't mean that he didn't give permission or couldn't have given permission. And in fact, he knew that the property was being sold and then he had to come get the vehicle. So it actually benefited Mr. Burdick to have the vehicle moved off the property and kept in safekeeping. So my client clearly didn't intend to go outside the scope of any permitted possession that he had of this vehicle. Judge, the state just hasn't presented enough evidence that a reasonable trier of fact could convict on these charges.
Thank you. State wish to respond.
Judge, there is substantial evidence that this case can be presented to the jury. Mr. DeBrigida calls being hidden in the woods on a trailhead off of a dirt road not hidden well enough when there's no evidence that Mr. Burdick knows where that trail is, knew where Mr. Ostrom was, knew how to contact Mr. Ostrom. In fact, the evidence shows that Mr. Ostrom knew how to contact Mr. Burdick. So it's not like this is some mistake. Mr. Ostrom told Officer Dunstan on the body-worn camera, I know where he works, knew exactly where to find him. And so if this was some situation where it was like, gosh, I have this truck and I just don't know what to do with it, Mr. Ostrom had very clear steps. He need only but go to Coyote Auto, where Mr. Burdick was desperately trying to find his vehicle, which is what the testimony shows. And so there was substantial evidence both that he took it with the intent to permanently deprive it and or controlled it for an unauthorized term of use.
With the final word, Mr. DeBrigida.
Well, Judge, again, taking them separately, the state hasn't addressed, even in their argument, any intent to permanently deprive. So I think that's something the court could easily dispense with. I will admit that it gets a little more involved when we talk about what type of scope of permission my client had and did he go outside that scope. The fact that we don't know any proof or any testimony about what that permissible control or possession is makes it impossible for my client to have violated that in any way. So I think there's a whole lot of hindsight being applied to this case and my client's conduct that simply isn't appropriate and it isn't evidence.
All right, thank you.
Judge, I don't want to make further argument. I just want to clarify the record. Mr. DeBrigida stated that I did not address intent to permanently deprive in my argument. I feel that I did, and I don't intend to make further argument. I just want to clarify.
Okay.
That's my perception of my argument.
All right, thank you. Well, considering all the evidence that's been presented, I believe a reasonable trier of fact could find for the state in this case. I think the arguments you raised, Mr. DeBrigida, are valid arguments that you can make during your closing argument. Certainly that they could appreciate those, but I think a reasonable trier of fact based on what's been presented could find for the state in this case. And so I'm going to deny your Rule 20 motion. As for the rest of the day, Mr. DeBrigida, have you been able to talk to your client about whether he's going to testify, and are you going to be calling any additional witnesses?
We did have preliminary discussions about that, and we'll have them further now that the state has rested.
Okay.
And I believe I'm leaning toward having Mr. Ostrom Sr. go back on the stand.
Okay. About how much time do you think you need to have those conversations?
5-10 minutes at the most.
Okay. So let's take a recess then until 10. It's 10:29. You think 10:35 is enough time? 10:40?
10:40 is fine.
10:40? Okay. If you could, Mr. Kalin, Mr. Trimble, can you please let the jury know it'll be about 10 more minutes? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll take a recess.
Judge. What I'm expecting when the jury comes back is I'll give a brief statement. You'll recall that I deferred.
Right.
I'm not going to be at any length. But then I want to have Mr. Stephen Ostrom back on the stand
Okay.
to address a couple things that the state brought up, and then my client does wish to take the stand.
Okay.
I don't expect either of their testimonies to be terribly lengthy. I believe it's my hope, as well as the prosecution's, to give this case to the jury before lunch.
Okay. And our bailiff raised a point that most of our jurors are local and they might appreciate a shorter lunch. Is that feasible for everyone?
It's fine with me.
Fine with you? Fine
Yes.
with you? Okay. I will ask them, and if they would rather have that shorter lunch, then we can do that. So we're likely going to finish with testimony this morning. Do you think we're going to have time to talk about final instructions?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, yeah.
State have any?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right. Are we ready for the jury to come back in?
Yes.
Okay. Please be seated. The record will reflect the presence of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested. It is now time for the defense, if they should choose to do so, to present anything that they would want you to consider. Mr. DeBrigida, you had deferred your opening statement. Would you like to give an opening remark now?
If I may briefly, Your Honor?
Please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wanted to just kind of give you a quick synopsis. My client and I have decided that we would like to present information to you that we believe would be helpful in determining the facts of this case. That's your guys' job, and we believe we have helpful information we can present to you in that regard. Your Honor Her Honor, has told you previously that the defense has no obligation to present anything, but again, we believe this information will be helpful to you. In terms of where we're at now and where we're going, I would like you to keep in mind some of the things you've heard so far in the testimony. I think we can all agree that this is not your classic car theft case and what we think of as a car theft. I worked in Maricopa County for a long time, which is literally one of the car theft capitals of the world, or at least of our country, excuse me. And the classic situation you think of as a car theft is that you leave your car somewhere, parking lot somewhere, or even out in front of your house overnight, come out the next day, no car, but a pile of broken glass on the ground. No idea what happened to it. Well, you have some idea what happened to it, but no idea who did it. This is not that situation. Think back also to, it was an interesting conversation we had with one of your potential jurors, the lady who had worked many years in law enforcement, and she talked about not charging somebody unless there's probable cause. Keep that in mind as you think about what has been presented and as what we present in terms of our witnesses. What we're going to show, ladies and gentlemen, is there was no intent on the part of my client to either permanently deprive Mr. Burdick of his vehicle, nor go outside of any agreement or exceed any agreement for limits on possession of that vehicle. There's just no evidence of that. and you'll hear that there's no evidence of that. What I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to put Stephen Ostrom back on the stand to talk about some of the things and fill in some of those gaps. And my client has decided that he would like to address you all. So if you'll let me get to it, that's what we'll do.
Thank you, Mr. DeBrigida. You may call your first witness.
If Mr. Stephen Ostrom could resume the stand, please.
So we're going to put you under oath again because it's a new day today, okay?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right. Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ostrom. So a couple of areas I want to go back into with you based on some of the things that we've heard over this morning. And I'll start with the more general. Can you remind us again, how long had Mr. Burdick's vehicle been on the property?
6 years.
Okay. This was a property that you owned,
Yes,
but your son lived there?
yes.
Okay. Eventually, there came a time when the property was being sold.
Yes.
Could you tell us a little more detail about why the property was being sold, how it came to be sold?
It was being foreclosed on,
Okay.
and I had no choice to sell it.
Not something you were happy about, obviously.
And I was quite upset.
Okay. Over the time leading up to that, you'd had quite a bit of contact with Mr. Burdick over the years, correct?
Yeah.
Can you give us a more detailed idea of that?
Well, like I said before, I mean, I treat him like my own son, you know. We got along fine, we built cars. We did a bunch of things, you know.
Would you often ask him about what his plans were for the truck?
Yes, many times I asked him, when are you going to finish it? And he basically told me that he wasn't going to finish it because he had better plans to
Objection,
do with
Judge.
his money.
Hearsay.
Go ahead.
It's offered for the effect on the listener, Judge, of the statement.
You approach. court was sustaining that
Right.
objection. Do you want to ask a new question, Mr. DeBrizio?
Let me pick up from that point, Judge. So suffice it to say, you had asked Mr. Burdick about what his plans were with the vehicle, correct?
Right.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So, and in fact, you testified earlier that you had even gone in with him to look for parts or purchase parts or stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, do you still have any of the parts?
Yes, I do.
What parts do you have?
Well, let's see, I got carburetor, intake manifold, chrome set of headers, distributor, oil pan.
And how did those items come to be in your possession?
Well, when we built the truck in the first place in my driveway at my house, when we built the rear end for it, Russell did all the welding. I supplied all the supplies to do all the welding and to actually build the narrow rear end for the truck. That's how those parts got to my house. And me, Russ, Dave, and a couple of Russ's buddies, we all went down to Glendale's swap meet in Glendale. It's a big, huge swap meet, and we bought parts from there. Stuff like car parts. So we brought all that stuff home. Basically, I still own them. Dave never come over to the house to claim them, so now I own them.
Okay. So after, well, given all the years of history related to you and your son and Mr. Burdick and this vehicle and other vehicles, presumably, when the detective was asking you about the vehicle and you were talking to him about it, did he ever ask you about any of the history involved here?
No.
As far as you know, was the detective aware of how long this car had been there?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
Well, based on any of the, I'll rephrase, Judge.
Okay.
Based on any of the conversations you had with the detective, do you ever remember it being mentioned by you or him about the history of how this vehicle how long it had been there?
No.
Okay. When you talked to the officer about where you thought your son was, actually, let me back up.
I know where he was. He's at home.
Okay, but let me back up. And I want you to focus on the time leading up to the property being sold.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Was it your understanding that the new owners of the property wanted everything out of there by a certain date?
Yes.
And was that one of the reasons you reached out to Mr. Burdick in the days or weeks leading up to that about coming to get the vehicle?
Yes.
How many times did you do that?
3 times.
Okay.
I
And,
told Dave to go get his truck.
and what did he tell you?
All right, well, the first one, he said he's going to go up there after work and get a tow chain and tow it out of there. Wait a minute, back up. The first time, he says he'll make arrangements. He was already over there prior to that, and he couldn't get the vehicle out because there's a motor on blocking the roadway.
Okay.
Which is a vehicle that you can drive in and out.
Were there other, in addition to Mr. Burdick and any of yours or Russell's items, were there other people's property there as well?
Yes.
So plenty of other people were coming and going from that property?
Yes.
Okay.
So anyway, so I told him to go get the truck, sold the house, you need to get the truck moved out of there. That was the first day. The second, and I was getting my vehicle worked at Coyote Auto, where they all worked at one time. Okay, then I went back, and the car wasn't done. I went back the next day, and I applied to Dave to go get your truck. That's when he told me after work, he's gonna go over there with a tow chain and get it out of there. He said, last time I was over there several weeks ago, I couldn't get my truck out. And I didn't want to confront Russell and have a situation. I said, well, there won't be no situation. You know that I own the house, Dave. You have to move your truck. The third day, I run into, because my car was still not getting done, he tells me that he sent a wrecker over there
Okay.
to get it. And I said, Dave, Russell already took in his behalf to put wheels and tires and stuff on it, and moved it out front to the library.
And was that done because the new owner had demanded that everything be removed?
Everything on the property, inside the house and outside, all gotta go.
So then why did Russell take it and move it to somewhere else?
He had no choice. They have never picked it up.
Well,
He
if,
said he sent a record over there. I never saw no record picking Dave's truck up at all.
So
I
if
just
the-
moved it
if-
from the library,
let me stop you for a second. Well,
I had to live.
well, hold on a second.
Sir, there's no question.
Not that I don't enjoy our conversations, but I have to ask a question. Where I'm going with this is, time became of the essence. We have a situation where this stuff has been there for years, and in Mr. Burdick's vehicle's case, 6 years.
Yes.
Right? But it came to be crunch time, and things had to be removed from there. And you had conversation with the new owners, and he was adamant that stuff needed to be removed from there or else, right?
Right.
Or else what?
The new owners would have had it all disposed of. And they didn't want to go in that situation because if it has to do with in the vehicles, they would have to go through, have registration. They didn't want to have a theft thing on taking stuff that doesn't belong with it.
Okay.
So they basically put it on us and me and my wife and everybody else to have everything removed. And whatever else is left there, they're just going to dispose of it at the county dump.
Okay. And Mr. Burdick's vehicle could have gotten lost in the shuffle at that point.
Yeah. it would have
Okay.
been gone.
So Russell removed a number of items from the property and brought them into this area of the woods where the detective eventually spoke with him, right?
Yes,
And he had quite a few items, not just Mr. Burdick's vehicle.
yes.
Okay. And the entire time that Mr. Burdick's vehicle was on your property or in yours or Russell's possession, was there ever an attempt to keep him from his property?
No. I mean, Dave could have went over there anytime within 6 years to get his truck.
Okay.
But simply fact, he had no place to put it at all.
But you would agree with me that ultimately there came a crunch time where things had to be removed?
Right.
Okay. And he tried to do that, but by then Russell had to remove it or else?
Right.
Nothing further?
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Ostrom, let's be clear about the timeline of events. When you spoke with Detective Dunstan, you were aware that Russell had the truck, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were aware that Russell didn't have permission to have the truck, right?
Also have permission.
So your testimony now is that Russell had permission to have the truck?
Russell knew the truck was in his backyard. Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking you, when you talked to Detective Dunstan, you knew that the defendant, Russell, your son, did not have permission to have that truck, right?
Russell had permission to have the truck.
Okay, so your testimony is, when you talked to Detective Dunstan, Russell had permission to have the truck.
Yeah.
Okay, and so when you told Detective Dunstan that your son had a truck that didn't belong to him, was that a lie or what?
No, a lot of vehicles Russell didn't own there.
Okay,
And Dave's happened to be one of them.
okay. And so you would agree, Russell didn't own the truck?
No, you don't, no.
Okay, so he didn't have permission to have it, right?
Objection.
What's the basis for the objection?
The characterization misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Which is it? Let me ask you a different question.
Yeah, I don't.
You testified that you have parts that belong to Mr. Burdick.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I still do.
And they belong, to be clear, they belong to Mr. Burdick.
Yes.
Okay. And you have them, right?
Yes,
And you testified that he never came to claim them, right?
right,
And so then you testified, so now I own them.
yes.
Okay, and so in your opinion, when you have stuff that belongs to other people, at a certain point, they just belong to you. Is that your opinion?
It's been 8 years.
Okay.
He never contacted me about claiming the parts
Okay.
at all.
And so to be clear, though, you told Detective Dunstan, Russell has a truck that doesn't belong to him. You told him that, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you testified earlier, I believe Mr. DeBridget asked you a question about whether or not you knew where Russell was. Do you remember that question?
no.
Just today? Okay. I think you testified, I know where he was at home. Do you remember saying that today?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told Detective Dunstan on November 16th you didn't know where Russell was? He was out in the woods somewhere.
Exactly.
Okay.
I don't know where he went.
Okay, so you knew where he went or you didn't know where he
I
went?
didn't know where he went.
Okay, so when you said, I know where he was at, that was a misstatement?
No, the misstatement is, I was assuming that he was at the house, but Russell wasn't at the house. And where he moved to with all the cars, I still don't know where he went.
Okay, so to be clear, at that time, you didn't know where he went and you didn't know what was going on with the car?
Right.
Okay. Now, this house that was being foreclosed on, that was your house?
Yeah,
Okay. Did you own it or?
I owned it.
What's that?
I owned it.
Okay, so like your name was on the title?
Yes,
Okay. Was there anybody else's name on the title?
my wife's.
Okay, was Russell's name on the title?
Yes,
Oh, so Russell's name was also on the
all
title?
three.
All three of you? Okay, great. And so, what was the arrangement? Russell was staying there? Was he paying the mortgage or how was that going?
Russell's paying for his house,
Okay,
and he couldn't pay for it.
okay. And so it got foreclosed on?
Right, so
Okay.
then I was paying for it,
Gotcha.
which is I'm buying them.
And you,
I don't need to buy 2 houses.
no, I understand that, sir. Now you
That's why-
testified,
that's why we need to-
I'm sorry, sir, I asked the questions.
I'm sorry.
You testified that, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is this has to be a back and forth. You testified that Russell moved the truck, or he put tires on it, right? You testified to that?
Yes,
Okay. And he moved it over to the library?
yes,
Okay.
or Dave can get it.
So Dave could get it. Do you have any, well, at that point, Russell knew where David worked, right?
Yes,
Okay, so he could have moved it to Coyote Auto, right? Why not?
it wasn't towed, but you would have to have it towed by a tow chain.
Okay.
You have to understand Russell's in the process, not moving all these vehicles all over, bringing it back to Coyote.
Yeah.
It originally started out Coyote. They didn't want it at Coyote Auto no more. So
Right,
that's
that was
how-
several years ago, right?
No, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
That's how they brought it from Coyote to Russell's backyard.
Correct, right. Now, but when he had to move, it was crunch time, as Mr. DeBridget has said, and he had to move all these vehicles. Why did Russell not have the Mazda truck towed over to Coyote Auto? Wouldn't that be Mr. Burdick's problem at that point?
Speculation.
I have no, I don't,
Hold on, sir.
Oh, hold on. So I'm going to overrule the objection if he knows he can answer, but if he doesn't know, then that's an appropriate answer as well.
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay,
That's why I told Dave 3 times ahead of time, 3 days ahead of time to go get it.
okay.
And he never did.
Would you agree if Russell had towed the truck over to Coyote Auto and left it there? That would be David Burdick's problem at that point. Wouldn't you agree?
No,
No, so that would still continue to be Russell's problem.
yeah.
You testified earlier the owners didn't want theft charges?
If there, anything was left vehicle-wise or anything of value that Russell didn't have possession of, they were gonna basically dispose of it.
And they didn't want to be seen as stealing?
No, they wanted the whole property cleaned off, everything.
Okay. Are you familiar with the abandoned title process in Arizona?
Objection, relevance.
I have no idea.
Hold on. Sir, when there's an objection, just wait for your answer until the
Oh,
court can
sorry.
rule. That's okay. So overruled. You can answer if you know. Go ahead.
I have no idea.
Okay, so if something is left, you have no idea the process to get it moved, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, great. But you testified they didn't want theft charges. Well, why?
Should have been up to the new owners to go through a whole.
Hang on, there's
Hold
been
on.
an objection, I'm sorry.
I think you need to, so I'm going to sustain it, but you can rephrase your question.
Okay, why did you tell us that the owners didn't want theft charges?
They didn't want to go through the hassle of getting all that, find out who owns these cars. That was left there. They didn't want the responsibility to go in there and remove stuff.
Okay, and so your statement is, so they put it on you?
Yeah.
Okay, and so they put on you the possibility of theft charges?
Basically, if you want to put it that way.
Okay, and they put on Russell the possibility of theft charges, correct?
Yeah.
And Russell decided to move the truck out into the woods, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you had no idea where it was.
Is that, yeah.
And it's not your problem.
No,
Do you want the defendant to get in any trouble?
my son?
Yeah.
No.
Of course not, right?
Well,
He's your son.
yeah. Russell didn't steal the truck, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I want to go back to this because you said this multiple times. You said Russell had no choice, right?
Yes, he had absolutely no choice at all. He had to
So Russell couldn't have gotten an abandoned title.
Objection, speculation and relevance.
Sustain, I think he testified he doesn't know the process, so he wouldn't know.
Could Russell have towed it to Coyote Auto?
No.
Could Russell have told the tow company, this is abandoned, you take it?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You can answer.
No.
Could Russell have called the police about the truck and said, hey, this belongs to someone else and I don't know what to do with it?
No.
No further
Never did.
questions, Judge.
I might add something.
No, no, no.
May I have a brief redirect, Judge?
Are you finished?
Yes, Judge. No
Yes.
further questions.
I thought he rested, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, no, yeah, no further questions.
Mr. Ostrom, my colleague asked you about whether you want Russell to get in trouble. You recall that just now?
Yeah.
And he said, because he's your son, right?
Yeah, he's my
And you
son.
said, yeah. Is it also because you believe he didn't do anything wrong here?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Does the jury have any questions for this witness? All right, sir, you can step down. You can step down. Thank you.
There's one question, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a question. Counsel want to meet me? Mr. Ostrom, if you know, where is the vehicle located now?
Honestly, I don't know
Okay.
where it's at.
And do you know who has possession of the vehicle now?
I suppose Dave.
And then what was the date that everything needed to be off the property?
Oh, well. Without going to, my wife would know, but she's not here. I don't know how to answer the date on it. It's been, what, 9 years now?
Okay,
Yeah, about 8 years ago, so.
all right. Well, wait, we're talking about 2023, right?
Yeah.
So that's not 8 years ago. I think what the jury's wanting to know is, there's been reference to crunch time today. Do you know what the date was? Okay, thank you. Any follow-up with respect to the questions?
No.
Can you tell us if it was a matter of days or weeks? Do you recall that?
Days and weeks for what?
Sorry. You were selling the house and stuff had to be moved off the property. You testified you can't recall what the drop dead deadline was. Do you recall if it was a matter of days or a matter of weeks? Do you know, can you give an approximate length of time?
I would say, I would say 10 days, 2 weeks.
No other questions, Judge.
All right. Any further questions? Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, there's some other work we need to do, and we're hoping to do that work now so that when we come back this afternoon, we're not taking as many breaks and it's going to flow a lot faster. So I am actually going to dismiss you for lunch now. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. And I know I was hoping we'd get a little bit farther and we'd have a shorter lunch, but again, like I said, we're going to try and get all that work done now so that we can just flow into the afternoon, not have to break to do instructions and other things that we have to work on. So I am going to release you until 1 o'clock. Just remember the admonition for yesterday. Keep an open mind. We haven't heard all the evidence yet. And I will see everyone back at 1 o'clock, okay? So if you want to come back actually a few minutes early, if everyone can be assembled by 1 o'clock, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
What we're gonna do is, she's gonna let me do my log on the first chamber. We're gonna come back, we're gonna talk about settling final instructions. When we come back,
Sir, you can step down.
I'm gonna rest.
I think,
Mayor,
I don't think so.
no, I think.
But, I mean, I think you can hang out at this point, but
Yeah, you
let's
don't
address it
have-
on the record.
Sorry?
Yeah, 1 second.
Have a seat.
That's right.
All right, any,
I know.
with Mr. Steve Ostrom, does any party plan on recalling him? May he leave, may he remain in the courtroom, his choice?
We're done, Judge.
Okay, so sir, you're welcome to hang out, watch the rest of the trial. You're also welcome to go home, whatever you want to do. Bye-bye. All right, and then let's take a brief recess so Mr. DeBridget can do your hearing, and then come back and let's work on our final instructions so we can get those all done. Okay, thank you. Okay, perfect. 4A, burden of proof. 5, jury not to consider penalty. 8, evidence to be considered. 9, defendant need not produce evidence. 10, lawyer comments are not evidence. 13, redacted exhibits. 14, direct and circumstantial evidence. 15, credibility of witnesses. 16, testimony of law enforcement. And then we have 18A, which is defendant need not testify. We're going to need to put in 18B, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, will you chat, Becky? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did allege aggravating circumstances, Judge.
Okay. All right. And then we have standard criminal 22. We don't need that, right? We haven't heard about any prior convictions of any witnesses,
Correct.
correct? So omit 22. Do we need, we don't have 19, is that, we probably should have that. It's voluntariness of defendant's statements. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Read standard 19.
Settle on the phone under your instructions.
We don't have 30, which is separate counts. Each count charges a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each count separately on the evidence with the law applicable to it. Do we want standard 30?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll put standard 30 right before standard criminal. So we'll do the theft of means. I'm jumping ahead. So we're going to have standard 19, then we're going to do the definition of intentionally, the definition of knowingly, definition of control, definition of deprive, definition of theft of means of transportation, then theft of means of transportation permanently deprived, theft of means of transportation converted for authorized use, and then we'll put standard 30 there because that's a separate count. Okay, and then 36 lesser included, abusive means of transportation. And then 18.3 is unlawful use of means of transportation definition. Now, is that going to be a lesser included for count 1 or count 2?
Is it not for both?
Be
It
for
may not
both?
be for both. 1 second.
Could only be for the second.
Correct, yes. Mr. DeBridget is correct. A1. Yes.
So which count?
Well, actually, no, Judge. I think it could be both.
Well, so the definition here is took unauthorized control over another person's means of transportation without the intent to permanently deprive the person. So that relates to count 1, where you have to have intent to permanently deprive, but then does it relate to count 2 for an unauthorized term of use?
So you're saying you believe it applies to the first and not the second?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, because it has the intent to permanently deprive.
Yes, the language mirrors. It's just without the intent to permanently deprive.
It's converting, not also permanently deprived.
Hmm?
It's conversion, not also permanently deprived.
No. So I believe it would be lesser as to the A1 charge.
That's, well,
Because converted for an unauthorized term doesn't have anything about intent to deprive. Just means that you,
okay.
okay, so it's only going to be a lesser included for count one on the verdict form? Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right, and then, so we will go through all of those, we will do closing arguments, and then we will give 51 and 52, which is, go to the jury room, you will choose a four-person, and then the closing instruction.
Judge, I want to have argument because I know Mr. DeBridget objects. The state had requested standard 40, which is a concealment instruction. I'd like to have argument and get a court's ruling on that. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know how that's going to go, but.
And I would certainly object.
All right, you can make your argument.
Judge, my argument for including it is that the evidence shows that, so Detective Dunson's testimony was that the vehicle was not hidden. However, the evidence overall shows that the vehicle was parked in a wooded area, off of a dirt road, off of the main stretch of the Payson Highway. Essentially, where Granite Dells Road ends, there's further dirt road, and it's in a trailhead. And so my argument is that there is at least a scintilla of evidence, which is what's required. I believe that's the standard for an instruction when a party requests it. So flight is not, flight I think there's bracketed language, we can get rid of that. There's no evidence as to flight, but I am arguing there's evidence of concealment.
And I would argue there's evidence absolutely to the contrary, and I'll refer the state to their picture of the defendant of the officer standing next to the vehicle out in the open. And there's no other pictures showing any form of concealment here. And my colleague's right, the officer testified that there appeared to be no effort to conceal it. I don't think there is not a scintilla of evidence, if that's even a standard in that situation. There's no way there's concealment here, Judge.
I wish the footnote didn't get cut off. So I'm looking at the footnote for 40. Use of the flight instructions proper where the circumstances of leaving the crime scene reveal defendant's consciousness of guilt. I just don't know if we have that here because it wasn't like independently hidden. It was there where he was living. That just happened to be where he was living.
And that's also specific to the flight instruction, Judge. There's a lot of case law surrounding flight. For example, the state need not show that the law enforcement officers were actively pursuing the defendant at the time in order to receive a flight instruction. And so, I'm not sure how useful the use note is in this circumstance, because I'm not arguing for flight, I'm arguing for concealment.
I don't know if the facts here, and again, I don't know what Mr. Ostrom's going to say when he testifies, but right now, I don't think we have the facts to show concealment for the instruction. Certainly something that could be argued, but I don't know if we have the facts.
Okay, thank you, Judge. I just wanted a ruling.
Okay. So I will deny your request for 40, though pending if Mr. Ostrom says something that would make that relevant, then we'll reconsider, but right now I'm denying 40. Okay. So are those then good? Are everyone good with those standard and final instructions? Okay. And then have you seen the aggravation phase? Do we need an instruction for that?
If there's a conviction, we are.
May I make a, we can probably nip this in the bud.
Yeah,
Obviously, that's something that my client has a right to have a jury hear that,
sure.
but he can also waive that and
Okay.
ask that just the judge hear it. And I think that's what we're going to do.
If it comes
If
to
it
that?
comes to that.
Okay. That's fine. All right, anything else then?
No, Your Honor.
No? Okay. So we got some suggested language from both Veronica and Becky and Ruth about the lesser included, so we will put that in, and when we come back, briefly check over those verdict forms, and then we should be able to kind of just flow right into the afternoon. Okay? All right, so I'll see everyone back at 1 o'clock.
I figured you were.
chance to look at the verdict forms?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any additional changes or edits?
No, Your Honor.
Is everyone ready for the jury to come back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, have a seat, please. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The record will reflect the presence of the jury. Mr. DeBrigida, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Defense calls Russell Ostrom.
Sir?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat, sir. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ostrom, how old are you?
48.
And where do you currently live?
It's in Arizona.
And how long have you lived in Payson?
Almost 20 years.
Okay. And do you have family here?
Yes.
Who's your family that lives here?
It's my mom, dad, and my little brother live here.
Okay. Can you try to lean, can everybody hear him?
Closer would be great.
Yeah, lean a little closer to the microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Who is, I believe the last question I asked was, who is your family here in Payson?
Yes, they live here. I have a little brother and my mom and dad live here.
Okay. And where are you living now?
Right now, I'm living at Cracker Jack Road.
Where, sir?
Cracker Jack Road,
Cracker Jack, okay. And who do you live there with?
just by myself.
Okay. Back in 2023, where were you living?
I live on 304 East McLean Road,
And how long had you lived at that location?
6 years.
Okay. And that's a property that you bought with your parents?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever allow anybody else to live there with you?
I had my girlfriend at that time and a couple of other people lived with me.
Okay. Did Mr. Burdick ever live with you?
Not there, no.
At a different location he
Yes.
lived with you? What was the location he lived
That
with
was
you?
on McLean Road.
And was that before or after that property?
That was before the property.
Before?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was in like 2019.
2019?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you and Mr. Burdick become friends?
Through other friends, we kind of met together with other friends.
Okay. And at some point you worked together as well, correct? What kind of work were you doing?
Mechanic.
And for who?
Coyote Auto
Where are they located?
on 304 East on Main Street.
Okay.
No, it's 310, sorry, 310 Main Street.
And when you were friends, or if you still are friends, what kind of things did you like to do together?
We did all kinds of things together. We hung out, we went to bonfires, we went to race car races, we went to swap meets. We built race cars together. He helped me build my race Jeep I have now. We watched our kids grow up together. You know, I watched his kid be born. We watched my kid be born.
Okay. Are you familiar with the truck or this, I forget the make of it, the Mazda truck?
Yes.
What, do you know when he purchased that, or did he have it before you knew him?
We were friends together when he purchased that. I don't remember where he got it from, but the process was building my race Jeep. He bought this truck, so he wanted to build another hot rod for like mine.
Okay. And Do you know when when the subject first came up of him storing the truck at your property?
As a date,
Right. When did that first come up?
I can't say the exact date, but it was, I lived in my property like in 6 years, so it was about 2 years prior when I was at the beginning of, when I owned the house.
Right, we're talking about the 304?
East Bonita.
Okay. And tell me about that, what you recall about that discussion, and did he ask you if he could bring it there? Did
Yeah.
you suggest that he bring it there?
Well, he asked me if he could bring it because he had no place to put it when he wanted to quit running. After me and my dad and him built it, he broke it, and so he had no place to put it, so it was sitting at Coyote for a while. So then they brought it to my house because Coyote had no place to put it no more.
Okay. And you didn't have any problem with him bringing it there? Okay. Were there other, either vehicles or other items on the property?
Oh, yes,
About how many?
33.
Okay, why does that number stick out in your head so
Because
readily?
between friends and families and my own personal rides, I had 33 cars in my driveway.
Okay. At some point, that property had to be sold, correct? Tell us about that time and what was going on.
Well, I lost my, I had closed my business down. I got sick. I got COVID real bad. So I couldn't pay the mortgage on the house, so I had to get rid of the house.
Okay, and your parents were involved with that with you? Okay. So at some point, the house actually gets foreclosed on?
Well,
The
yes.
property,
I
I
was
should
trying
say.
to, yes.
Okay,
So we sold it, won't go under foreclosure.
okay. And as part of that, you had to get all of those items you just described off the property,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes,
And how was that done?
very stressfully. A lot of the cars that I owned, I scrapped, or I took up to Heber and dropped off at my girlfriend's brother's property up in Heber. We took some other cars up there. A lot of my personal belongings went to storage.
Okay. And at some point when you had to leave the property, you were actually living at you had a campsite in the woods, correct?
Well, I was processing moving up to Heber, so that was like the stopping point for us for moving cars and the rest of my house up to Heber.
What is that? What is that location in terms of like, how far is it from here, so to speak?
It's 2 miles just outside town.
Okay. And you weren't the only person camping there,
No.
right? Were there other people camping in the area?
Yes.
Were there
I had
other,
my girlfriend's brother that he was there in his motorhome.
is that a set campsite or it's just an area where people camp?
It's just open area,
Okay. Is it pretty easily accessible?
very easy accessible.
Okay. How many vehicles or items did you bring from the property that you had to get out of there?
There's 5 vehicles over there of my own.
5 of yours?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about any other people's vehicles?
My girlfriend's brother had 3 of his there, and I had David Burke's truck there.
Okay. And you don't deny that that's David's truck?
No,
Okay. So why did you bring those items to that location?
we had a timeline in it, and I was past the timeline, so I had him, figured out where to put him.
Okay.
So I brought him to the campsite for I keep an eye on him for, I don't want nothing to happen to him.
Had you been in touch with your father during this time?
Yes,
Okay. And your father knew that you had brought these vehicles with you to the campsite, or that he had, maybe not to the campsite, because we've heard your father mention about Heber.
he didn't know
So,
exactly where I was at, but he knew I was taking vehicles somewhere.
okay. But he knew you had them?
Yes,
Okay. Did you ever try to hide them or keep them from anybody?
no.
When is the last time, from that time when you were at the campsite, what is the time before that you had any conversation with Mr. Burdick?
Probably 3 years before that.
Okay. Why such a gap in time from the 3
Because I was
years?
busy I had my own shop going, and I had, my own life going on. And I quit Coyote.
You had quit from Coyote?
Yeah.
Okay. So you just weren't as close anymore?
Yeah, well, he was doing his thing, I was doing mine.
Okay. You didn't have any problems with him,
No.
though? Okay. Was there any reason that you would want to keep that truck
No.
from David or anybody else?
No. I had my own projects to do, to take care of.
Okay. Had you been able to make contact with your dad before the police contacted you, would you have been able to tell either your dad or David that they could come there to get it?
No, yes,
And it was only 2 miles away?
yeah. I mean, if I had somebody else to help me out and move it, I could have took it to Dave,
Okay.
wherever he was gonna say, but like I say, I can't go to Coyote because I already quit there.
Was there any property of yours still in the truck when the officer found you at the
Yes.
campsite? What items were there?
There's sort of wheels in the back of it, there's my motorcycle at the back of it, and then my race Jeep parts, my extra parts for my race Jeep.
Okay. Have you recently been able to see those?
Well, except for earlier today, I saw the truck and the wheels in the back of it, but the rest of the stuff's gone.
Where was it?
It's on McLean and Main Street. on the
Okay.
corner, behind the old gas station.
Okay. You don't know whose property that is,
No.
though? Okay. Mr. Ostrom, when the detective first contacted you, you used the phrase, and we could hear it in the recording somewhat, you said that the vehicles that were there were yours.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't necessarily mean that you owned all of them, did you?
No.
Okay. And then the officer started talking to you about an abandoned title. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you ever consider any of these abandoned?
At one point, I don't know what vehicles he was talking about, but like I say, I had 3 vehicles, not mine, but I had possession of them.
Okay. As it relates to Mr. Burdick's truck, you meant it was abandoned in the sense that it'd been 3 years since he talked to you about it and
Yeah.
he hadn't picked it up.
Yeah.
But you knew he still owned it?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that's when the officer asked you about, well, why you didn't get a salvage or, excuse me, a abandoned title or have it declared abandoned, I'm not sure what the phrase would be. That's something that you never really considered,
No.
correct? Okay. And finally, sir, did you have any desire to keep this vehicle from Mr. Burdick?
No.
Nothing further?
Let me cross.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ostrom. You and I haven't really spoken too much before, have we? Is that a no?
No.
I'm sorry. Not trying to be rude, but we gotta
Okay.
have your answer on the record there, so. Are you working currently?
No, not right at the moment, no.
Okay. You're a mechanic by trade, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you said that you live off of Cracker Jack Road?
Well, that's where I was at that point.
Where are you living now?
Right now, I'm then I was down Granite Dells Road, and now I'm on Cracker Jack Road. I just got there.
Okay.
So I was up in Heber.
Is that a residence there? or-
No, I was staying in my motorhome.
Okay. Now, as far as your relationship with Mr. Burdick, would you agree that at one point you were friends?
Yes. Still are.
And I think you've been here for the whole trial, obviously.
Yes.
And so you heard Mr. Burdick's testimony?
Yes.
And I believe you testified that, is it fair to say you kind of grew apart?
In a way, not really grew apart. We kind of separated because we didn't work together at, Coyote no more. And he was part of the biker club, and I was part of, doing my own shop.
So, like, sometimes when you're an adult, you have close friends that become not so close because life gets in the way, right?
Yeah, it gets a little complicated.
So, you never considered that Mr. Burdick wasn't your friend anymore. That wasn't true, right?
Yeah, he's still my friend.
Gotcha. It's just, you just hung out less than you did at one point in the past.
Oh, yeah.
And you testified that he had purchased the Mazda?
Yes.
And do you recall when he purchased it?
I couldn't tell you no.
Right. At some point prior to 2019, is that fair to say?
It could possibly, yeah.
Okay. You and your dad and Mr. Burdick had done work on it for a number of years. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
So it had been a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. And I believe there's been testimony that you and your dad and Mr. Burdick and potentially some other folks went down to like a swap meet and bought parts for it?
Yes. Well, bought parts for all our rides.
Okay, gotcha. And
Just
so
not-
you've done a fair amount of work on this
Oh,
vehicle.
yeah.
Now, you testified that there were like 33 cars and trucks on this property? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And I think we've heard a little bit of testimony about what these were, but can you tell us what kind of cars and trucks were on the property?
I had a boat, I had 3 race cars, I had David's Burdick, I had customers' cars were when I closed my shop up there, I had it finished. And I can go and I can give you all kind of details.
Sure.
You know, which cars
As
they
much
were.
as you can remember.
There's 4 Dodge trucks, there's 6 Jeeps, there was David's truck, there was another Chevy, there's 3 other trucks, I can't tell you what kind. There's quite a few.
Was there a motorhome?
Mm-hmm.
Was
There
that
was actually 3 motorhomes
Okay.
and a camper trailer.
Were all of these vehicles, let's see, how do I ask this in a way that's not confusing? How many of these vehicles worked? Some,
Probably
most?
half.
About half? Could I ask you a little bit about the boat? Was it up like on a trailer or?
No.
Okay, so
One boat was and one boat wasn't.
so there was actually more than one boat?
Yeah.
Okay.
The
And
one
so-
little boat was not on the trailer, it's only like, it's a 12-foot flat bottom boat.
Gotcha. And so, as for the boat that was on the trailer, was that like hooked up to one of the vehicles or?
No.
How large is this property?
Half acre.
Do you recall when the sale process started?
Okay.
As far as the house, the 304 East Benito Street.
Okay.
Do you recall when the sale began?
Yeah.
Do you know, can you give us a date or an approximate time frame?
It was probably started in July of 21, 22.
July of 2022. So that property was for sale until November of 2023?
Well, I was trying to save it, we went back and forth, you know, I was trying to sell it, and I was trying to keep it at the same time. So then when the mortgage told me there's no way, so that's when my dad went and sold it on 2023.
At what point was the sale final?
I can't see the exact date, I can't tell you.
Okay. I guess what I'm asking is, so
It was in 2023.
I guess what I'm trying to get at, and I'm not trying to twist you up here. At some point, someone has agreed to buy it, correct?
Yeah.
And you get, there's been testimony that there's this ultimatum that you gotta get everything off the property,
Yeah, I
right?
had deadline, yeah.
At what point did that period start, do you know?
I would say, probably August.
And do you recall at what point, was there like a final deadline?
Yeah, there was, when it come down to the last minute, I had like maybe a week, I had to get everything gone.
Okay.
I was moving in process of the whole month, but when it come down to the nitty and gritty, it was really getting tight. I had a lot of stuff to move,
So,
just when you're by yourself.
do you have any reason to doubt that Mr. Burdick called police on November 15th of 2023?
No.
Approximately how long, if you can tell us, because maybe you can't, approximately how long, was November 15th the deadline, do you think, or was it a few days after? Can you estimate? And so if you can't, just tell us.
I don't know. I really don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Can you tell us mid-November, late November? Can you give us that detail?
I'd say right in the middle.
Right in the middle? So fair to say, if the sale becomes final in August and your deadline is in mid-November, you have about maybe a month and a half to move these 33 vehicles?
And plus all the rest of the stuff was inside out. I had a 4-bedroom house, 2.5 car garage, plus I had all my stuff from my business prior.
Okay, cool. Now, you testified earlier that it was 3 years, it had been about 3 years. Sorry, that was a poor question. Let me start over and rephrase that. When all of this happened, I think you testified that it had been about 3 years since you had spoken to Mr. Burdick.
Yeah.
Now, do you recall telling Officer Dunstan that you'd already talked to Mr. Burdick about his truck?
Long time ago before that, Bert came to me and wanted me his truck, and I said, there's no way I can give it to you because I had all kinds of stuff in my backyard. It was
Okay.
locked in.
You watched the video with us, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you were upset with Detective Dunstan because nobody had informed you that the car was stolen?
Yeah, I had no idea what was going on.
Okay.
And all of a sudden they were trying to tell me I stole the truck. I'm like, how can I steal it? You know, like,
And so, do you recall Detective Dunstan making a comment to you to the effect of, well, you should have talked to Mr. Burdick?
no.
You don't recall that?
No, I didn't have time to talk to Bert. That's why I was getting my dad involved.
No, what I'm asking you is, do you recall Detective Dunstan saying that to you?
No.
Okay. And do you recall responding to Detective Dunstan, I did?
Yeah, through my dad.
Okay. And that was like 3 years prior, right?
No.
Or when did you never talked to Mr. Burdick face to face, did you?
Not in the, before the 3 years, after the
Okay.
3 years.
And so when you told Detective Dunstan that you had talked to Mr. Burdick, it's not a lie, but that's not quite correct, is it?
Well, I didn't physically talk to him, but my dad did talk to him.
And you have no idea if your dad delivered a message or not at all.
Well, I know he did.
Now, did Mr. Burdick know where you were living at the time?
At the house?
No, I'm sorry, at the Monument Valley Trailhead.
No.
Okay. And
That's why I was busy moving from my house up to Heber.
right, and you hadn't talked to Mr. Burdick at that point.
No, I have not.
At that point, did you have a phone?
Yes.
Now, I believe you told Detective Dunstan that day that your girlfriend had a phone.
Yes.
Okay, does Mr. Burdick know your girlfriend?
Yes.
And at least in November of 2023, you knew where Mr. Burdick lived, or sorry, not lived, worked,
Yes, we worked together.
and that was at Coyote.
Yes.
Now, at what point did the Mazda truck get moved from your property to the library?
That was 3 days prior of the last day.
Okay. So do you recall what day that was?
I would say probably a Tuesday,
Tuesday. Okay.
Monday or Tuesday. I really can't tell you exact day.
How did you get the vehicle, or how was the vehicle transported from your property to the library?
We pushed it.
Say again?
I pushed it.
You pushed it?
Yeah, me and my girls did. My 2 kids. Actually, my youngest drove it. Why I pushed it around the block, around the other to the other side.
I guess, let me clarify, when you say drove it, you mean physically controlled the steering wheel?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she's only she's 12 now, but she was 7 then.
I take it you don't mean that she turned it on and physically?
No, it had no running gear in it.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear about that. Thank you. Now, you could have moved it to Coyote Autos at that
No.
point, right?
How can
why
I
not?
move it by myself?
Okay. Did you end up having to tow other vehicles off the property?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you agree you could have towed it to Coyote Auto?
No, I could not because I'm not allowed at Coyote. I quit there.
Well, okay, so if it's Mr. Burdick's truck, wouldn't you agree if you dropped it off for him at Coyote Auto, it becomes his problem at that point, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so you could have moved it to Coyote Auto
if I had another person to help me out.
and put the burden on Mr. Burdick.
If I had another person to help me out, yes. Remember, I did this all pretty much by myself.
How did it end up on Monument Valley or on Granite Dells?
Me and Marissa's brother helped me to down there on a dolly.
Okay, so there was a second person to help you out.
Later on that during this time frame.
Okay, and so, do you have any reason to doubt that on November 14th of 2023, the truck was no longer parked in front of the library?
Okay. Yes.
Do you agree with
Yeah.
that? Okay, so approximately November 14th of 2023, is that when you moved it to Monument Valley?
Yes.
And you did that with another person?
Yes.
Could you on November 14th have moved it to Coyote Auto?
No.
We had another person to help you, right?
Yes.
So
But I'm not allowed at Coyote Auto.
I understand that you're not allowed there, but this is Mr. Burdick's truck, right?
But how can I take it to Coyote Auto when I'm not allowed there?
Okay. Now, when Detective Dunstan first comes to talk to you at Monument Valley, initially he asks you who all the vehicles belong to, correct?
Yeah, and he was talking about the other vehicles on the, over on the other, where the other trailer was at.
And he was pretty specific, he listed some specific vehicles, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
And now
And-
he was, see what it was Jordan's at the other, where the other RV was at.
Right, so you told him Jordan, and that was because of the list that he had given.
Yes.
And then, do you recall Detective Dunstan clarifying with you, what about the Mazda truck?
Yeah, and I told him.
You told him
It
that
was
that's
mine, it was
mine.
mine, but, and later on, I told him it was, the owner actually is Burdick.
Okay, right. And then Detective Dunstan asked you if you had proof of ownership?
Yeah.
You recall that?
Yeah.
And you told him, essentially not here,
Yeah.
implying that you did have proof of ownership, it just wasn't.
Because I had it in my possession and I also had keys to it.
Okay, and so you felt at that point by having the truck and having the keys that it belonged to you?
Not really belonged to me, it was, in my possession.
Okay. Well, when Detective Eric Dunstan asks you if you have proof of ownership, what does that mean to you?
Ownership, it's like, it's there with me.
Like, oh, so you didn't take that to mean that it belonged to you?
I didn't say that like I owned it, no.
Okay. At any point, did you ask Mr. Burdick for permission to move it to the library?
Why didn't he have to ask permission when he gave me keys to it?
Okay, so you feel you didn't have to have permission to move his car?
No, it's he gave me keys and moved it around my property or wherever I needed to move it. 'Cause
But you'd agree that the library is not your property, right?
No,
So
but
when
I
you
asked
moved it-
permission for the people at the library to store cards. I had a deadline.
Did you have Mr. Burdick's permission?
Or if he had given me keys to it and told me I could do whatever I needed to do it at that time, yes.
Okay, so once you had the keys to it, you felt that you had Mr. Burdick's permission to move it to the library?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's because I didn't want it to get in, for the new property owner to do something bad with it or, take, whatever, what they're gonna do with it. So my person, I was pretty much protecting it.
Okay, and while that might be nice, you understand you don't have a responsibility to do that.
Okay?
Do you
Yes.
agree? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Burdick ever tell you you could move his truck off of your property?
No, not physically, no.
And did Mr. Burdick ever tell you that you had permission to move the truck from your property to off of Granite Dells Road?
No.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
If Mr. Burdick had said, hey, had contacted you or contacted your dad and said, hey, leave it right here, would you have left it there,
Yes.
wherever they wanted him to?
Yes.
Okay. But just because he didn't say you could or couldn't do something, just because he affirmatively didn't say that, you didn't take that to mean that you still couldn't do it if you believed that that was in the best interest of that property to do that?
Yes.
Okay. in any event, you're not trying to keep this property from anybody or steal it or do any other thing nefarious with it, are you? Okay.
And so I had time to invest in building it. Why would I don't need to steal
Well,
it.
and would you agree with me, especially given all the other things you had to deal with, did it ever even enter your mind that this one more headache you needed would have been to take this vehicle without permission?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't believe this is happening when I get.
And Mr. Alcorn asked you about all these possibilities of things that could have happened, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's also possible that, and we're all sitting here now thinking, well, geez, if Mr. Ostrom and his dad and Mr. Burdick had all been on the same page, we could have avoided all this, right?
Yes.
Unfortunately, that didn't happen, did it? Does that make you an auto thief?
No.
Nothing further.
Does the jury have any questions for this witness? Counsel want to meet you, please? All right, Mr. Ostrom, according to the bank, what was the amount of time to close on the house?
When we sign paperwork?
I'm just asking the question how it's written. I can't really expound on it.
Well, after we sign paperwork, I only had like a month.
Okay. Did they give you a 21-day or 2-week notice to vacate?
No.
No? Did your father relate to you the conversations he had with Mr. Burdick about getting the vehicle moved?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any follow-up with respect to these questions?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last answer.
He said yes.
It's me and my dad are really close.
No other questions?
No, thanks.
All right. May Mr. Ostrom step down?
Please.
Let me step down, sir. Thank you. Okay. Does the defense have any more witnesses?
No, Your Honor, the defense rests.
Thank you, Mr. DeBrigida. Does the state have any rebuttal?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Go ahead, please.
State would call Mr. Burdick, recall Mr. Burdick.
Mr. Burdick, can you come back up here, and we're going to swear you in again because it's a new day, okay?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat, sir. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burdick.
Good afternoon.
I believe Mr. Beckwith asked you questions yesterday, so I haven't had a chance to speak with you about this. I have some follow-up questions for you, but before I get into those, you came in today, and Mr. Ostrom was already testifying, correct?
Correct.
Other than Mr. Ostrom's testimony, have you observed any of the other proceedings?
No, sir.
Okay, so you didn't hear any other testimony?
No, sir.
We've heard quite a bit of testimony about how the Mazda truck ended up on Bonita Street. Who did you have the arrangement with to store your truck there, and how did that come about?
The arrangement was between Russell and I, and then I also talked to his father about it. But the truck ended up there. It was Russell and I both towed it over there to the property.
Was there any, sorry, trying to go too fast. Was there ever any agreement that you needed to pay?
We had talked about it, but we never actually had any agreement on payment.
You testified about a conversation you had with Steve Ostrom about how you could get your car back in November of 2023.
Correct.
Okay. Approximately how many times had you talked to Mr. Steve Ostrom about getting your truck back in November of 2023?
In November of 23, he came to the shop, and that was the one time that I talked to him, was when he said that the truck was at the bookstore, that it's out in the open, I can go pick it up.
Was that the only time you had that conversation?
Yes.
In November, on the 28th of November, were you notified by Payson Police Department that they had recovered your vehicle?
Yes.
What happened to it after that?
It got towed to the storage yard for Payson PD. Then I got a hold of the tow truck company. They ended up towing it down to Coyote Auto. We have a lot that we use that's next to the church. It's on the east side of the church. And so I had them put it over there just so that way it was out of the way. And just had it put on the empty lot.
What's the status of it now?
Of the lot?
No, the truck.
Oh, I had moved it from there. It's over at 604 Main Street. My mom has she's starting a coffee shop over there. And so it's stored right now on my mom's property.
Okay. When you got the truck back, was there property that belonged to Mr. Ostrom in it?
I didn't know who it belonged to, but there was stuff in it. And that was when it was parked at the church. The next day when I came in, there was stuff that wasn't in the truck anymore.
Okay.
So an assumption that Mr. Ostrom came and got the stuff out of it.
But you don't know what happened?
No, I do not.
Okay. Are there still items that don't belong to you inside the truck?
There's a couple, they're like wheels and tires that are in the truck. But the ones that I had with the truck are not there. Just the tires, not the wheels. But there are wheels and tires that are still in the truck, yes.
Okay, gotcha. And that stuff you don't know who that belongs to?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Any cross?
1 second.
Judge, my colleague, Mr. DeBrigida, reminded me, there's just a couple other questions.
Go ahead.
So with his permission, I just have a few more.
Sure.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay. Bit of an unusual procedure here, Judge. There's some exhibits that we don't quite have uploaded to case lines. So with your permission, I believe Mr. DeBrigida will stipulate. I'm going to show them to him on the laptop. There's going to be a stipulation to their admission, but just so that we're not wasting time, I'll get those uploaded during other proceedings, and then that way those can go back.
Okay, is that okay with you?
I think we can further stipulate to the foundation for them as well.
Yeah.
So as consistent with what he just testified to, my client and his father just took photographs of the vehicle. So these photographs are as of within the last hour.
Okay, go ahead.
And I provided them to the state, and that's how we're going to present them.
All right,
May I approach?
yes.
Disregard my email on the side. Shouldn't have done it that way. Now, I've got a privacy screen on here, right? Yes, it's a little tough to see me. Can you, in fact, I'm gonna come around if that's okay with you. You mind if I get right up in here?
Yes.
Okay, so disregarding my email on the side here, is this the spot where the truck is parked?
Correct. That is on the property that my mom is currently in process of buying.
Okay, and so this is a picture of, so I'm gonna reference these in order.
Okay.
I'm gonna upload, Mr. DeBridget, I'm gonna upload all these photos as one exhibit.
That's fine.
Okay, so this is all gonna be one exhibit.
Okay.
So the second photo in this exhibit, this is the back of the truck?
Correct.
And those are the tires and wheels you're talking about?
Correct. Those are the tires and wheels that do not belong to me.
Okay, and that picture, that's kind of the same thing?
Correct.
This is the interior?
Yes, that is the interior,
Okay, and then again,
exterior.
a couple of shots of where it's at?
Yeah, and that's my wife's deceased father's truck that's next to it.
That's next to it? Okay,
Yes.
all right. No further questions?
Okay, so are these going to be
I think we left
Exhibit
out-
19?
Yeah, 19.
Okay, and then they'll be available for the jury to view when they go into their deliberations?
That would be my request.
Okay,
That's fine.
all right. So once Exhibit
Do you need
19
this?
is uploaded, it will be admitted. Yeah.
Can you,
No, don't worry about it.
Okay.
I can just refer to them. You have a moment?
Sure. Mr. Alcorn, how many were there?
6, 5.
7 in total?
7? It's unlocked, Mr. Alcorn.
Thank you.
Hello again, Mr. Bernie.
Hello.
Thank you for coming back.
Mr. Alcorn was asking you about the situation with picking up the truck and who you spoke with and what happened to it since. I'm going to take a bit of a step back. Do you recall the day that you first met with the detective to say, hey, I want to report my truck stolen?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that that was out of some level of frustration that you couldn't find it?
It was more of the fact that it was moved. I didn't know where it went. I wasn't frustrated that I couldn't find it. It was just gone.
Okay. And you didn't know where it went?
Right. I had no idea where it was, where it went,
Okay.
anything.
Up to that point, you had only spoken with the senior Mr. Ostrom about trying to get it.
Correct.
Okay.
He came in to the shop and told me that it was at the bookstore library and said it was out in the open, that you can go pick it up if you want to.
Okay.
And then that's when I got on the phone with LaForge Towing.
Were you familiar with what was going on at the property and all of the stuff that had to be moved from there?
Mr. Ostrom Sr. had mentioned to me prior that he was getting evicted from the property. I didn't know logistics between it. I didn't know what time frame he had or anything. So.
Okay. But you knew, even if you hadn't been there in a while, that there was a lot of items on that property.
Right, because I drove past there almost daily because I live around the corner.
Okay, so you had been there or seen it recently?
Correct.
Okay. You and Mr., you and Russell and you and Stephen had never discussed, because it probably never came up, hey, don't move it here, don't move it there, or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So when Mr. Ostrom, Russell Ostrom, had to get all that stuff out of there and ended up bringing your car and a number of other cars to that campsite with him, you and he hadn't discussed that before it happened, right?
Him and I know.
Okay.
So Russell Ostrom's father, when it did get moved to the bookstore, it was at that location.
Okay.
And I called the tow truck company to go get it.
Okay.
And by the time they got there, it was gone.
Okay. So clearly a big miscommunication here, to say the least.
Yes and no. I mean, it wasn't really, there was no attempt of communication from Russell to me
Okay.
to even get my truck back.
Okay. And that, in large part, that might have been because he was communicating with his dad, who he thought was communicating with you.
He could have been.
Okay. But as you sit here today, you don't have any ill feelings toward Russell, do you?
No, sir.
And you don't believe he was trying to steal your truck?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
Doesn't sound like there's much he could do with it.
he could do quite a bit with it. I mean, I had a whole custom rear differential, rear axle made.
Okay.
That Senior Ostrom and I custom made, and we cut the axles down and everything. I mean, I put a lot of money into the truck.
Oh, of course.
I mean, it may not look like it, but there was a decent amount of money in it.
I understand that, but especially given everything else that Mr. Russell Ostrom was dealing with at that time, probably not something that would have entered his mind to, hey, I'm going to steal David Burdick's truck.
I honestly don't know.
And none of us do, sir. Thank you. Oh, I did want to ask you a few things. You had a chance to look at those photos,
Yes, sir.
and they are accurate as to as we sit here today, the
Yes,
current
they are.
condition of the truck.
Yes, sir.
Now, is it further your understanding that some of my client's property is in the back of that truck as we speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Judge, briefly, in a limited amount of time, I couldn't sandwich them into one exhibit, so those are exhibits 19 through 25.
19 through 25?
Yes.
I guess if there can be such a thing as a joint exhibit, we now have.
Okay, so,
So 19 through 25,
Yeah.
I can admit.
Yes.
Right.
okay. Thank you. Do you have any redirect for the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
David, defense counsel stated there wasn't much he could do with the truck. You remember that just
Yes,
now?
yes.
Okay. When you got the truck back, was the hood scoop missing?
Yes.
Did you ever give Russell permission to remove the hood scoop?
No, I did not.
Were there other parts missing from the truck?
Yes.
Can you tell us what?
The third member was missing out of it. The hood scoop was taken off of it. There was one of the lights, the taillights was broken. Mirror was broken. Just superficial damage to the bedside, stuff like that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness step down?
I think the jury
Oh, jury, thank you very much, jury.
saw papers passing, and so.
Would you like to meet me, counsel? Mr. Burdick, besides giving the truck keys to the defendant, did you ever give him verbal or written permission to move the truck around his property or elsewhere?
No, I did not.
When you realized your truck was not where you thought it would be, why did you not call Russ Ostrom or Steve Ostrom before reporting it stolen?
I did not have Russell's phone number, and Steve Ostrom was the one that told me where the truck was. So then at that point, I called LaForge Towing. They showed up to the property where it was supposed to be, and it just wasn't there.
Any follow-up?
Yes, briefly. When you found out, so when LaForge told you, or whenever the truck driver told you it wasn't there, did you follow up with Steve?
No, at that point, I let it go overnight and then contacted the police department the next day and reported it stolen.
Fair to say you could have?
I could have, yes.
Okay. No other questions?
I don't understand something.
When the towing company said they couldn't find the truck, you didn't call Steve back and say, hey, it's not where you said it was?
I think I did contact him.
Okay.
I mean, I can go back in my phone records and look. I mean, it'd be years of stuff, but I believe I talked to Steve after that, and he said, well, no, it's supposed to be at the bookstore.
Okay.
And then I got a hold of LaForge again after that, and I talked to them, said, hey, no, it's supposed to be here.
But after that, why didn't you call Steve back?
I didn't know where my truck was, and Steve didn't know either, obviously, because.
But it's possible that he might have gotten some more information from one day to the next, right?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
Well, it's pretty good speculation.
Overruled, you can answer.
I mean, he could have known, but at the time, I didn't.
But
And
This
he-
is your friend, though, right?
And, yeah, an old friend, yes.
So you thought instead of, maybe trying to talk to Steve again, or maybe even Russell would call, you just call the police and report it stolen?
He had the vehicle moved off of his property, and I didn't know where it was. He could have gotten a hold of me and brought it to me.
But that doesn't necessarily mean he stole it, does it?
It wasn't where it was. It wasn't where it was supposed to be.
Okay, but that's different from somebody stealing something from you. We're talking about criminal activity here. I'm getting to it.
Okay.
We're talking about you basically reporting a crime, not what has clearly become now to known as a comedy of errors and a
I
mistake.
object to the form of the question, Judge. Mr.
Sustained.
DeBridget is making an argument at this point.
Saying you can
Well,
rephrase your question.
I'll rephrase. My point is, a couple of more phone calls and this could have all been resolved, correct?
Theoretically,
Okay.
speculating, yes, it could have.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, do you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any new questions from the jury? Okay, may this witness step down?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Does the state have any additional rebuttal witnesses?
Yes, I'd like to recall Officer Dunstan.
All right, Officer Dunstan, you're still under oath from this morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Detective Dunstan, you had a follow-up conversation with Steve Ostrom on November 16th.
Correct.
And so that would have been the day after Mr. Burdick reported the vehicle stolen?
Correct.
At that point, did Steve Ostrom have any idea where the car was?
No, he told me that he believed that his son was either in Heber or somewhere in the woods.
Okay. So a day later, Steve couldn't tell you where the truck was?
Correct.
So would you agree that if Mr. Burdick had contacted Steve, Steve couldn't tell Mr. Burdick where it was either?
Correct.
Now, You testified on cross-examination about whether the truck was hidden or not. Do you remember that?
Yes.
As far as the campsite is concerned, was the truck hidden?
At the campsite?
Correct.
No, there was no attempt to cover it.
Okay. In terms of geographical area, would you say the truck was hidden?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain why?
This campsite is approximately 3.5 miles in on what's mostly a dirt road. You have to go some ways out to get there.
When you say it's a dirt road, I've been on a few different dirt roads. Is it graded or?
Partially, but it gets pretty water washed. It's a pretty rough road, especially as you get further back.
No further questions.
Thank you. Officer, you mentioned that you said that Mr. Burdick's vehicle was not covered or concealed in any way.
Correct.
And none of the other vehicles were either, right?
Correct.
And those vehicles were owned by other people, right?
To my recollection, some were owned by Mr. Ostrom, some were owned by Mr. Hull, and then Mr. Burdick's vehicle.
Okay. Do you know whether any of those other people knew that their vehicles were with Mr. Ostrom at that spot?
The vehicles that we ran were registered to people at that location,
Okay.
minus Mr. Burdick's.
Okay. But in terms of Mr. Ostrom having them, did those people know they were there?
Since all those people were in attendance at the camp, I would assume
Okay.
so, yes.
Any of the other vehicles that were at that location looked to be secreted away in any way?
No.
Okay. And in terms of the conversation you had, the last conversation you had with Steve Ostrom, you didn't make any attempts after that the next day or in the days after
To do what, sir?
to see if he had any additional information?
No.
So if Steve and his son had talked even the next day, you wouldn't have known about that? Because you didn't try to follow up with him?
No.
Nothing further?
Let me redirect.
I think you've answered this pretty clearly, but I just really want to make sure. So, the vehicles you found at the campsite, they belong to Mr. Hall, Mr. Ostrom, and Mr. Burdick.
Yes, and then I believe there was an additional truck that belonged to a Miss Vicky Chick, who was also present.
And of all of those cars, except for the truck belonging to Mr. Burdick, all of those people were at the campsite.
Correct.
So they knew where all of their vehicles were.
Correct.
Were any of those reported stolen?
No.
Just the one?
Correct.
In terms of Mr. Burdick's truck in relation to the other vehicles at the campsite, can you describe where it was?
Mr. Burdick's truck was located next to Mr. Hull's trailer and Mr. Hull's vehicles. The other trucks were next to Mr. Ostrom and Miss Chick's camp.
No other questions?
Is witness step down?
Yes, please.
State have any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did the jury have any questions for Officer Dunstan? No. All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break just to give you kind of a preview of what's coming. When we come back from the break, I anticipate we're going to be giving you some final jury instructions. Well, most of the final jury instructions. Then the parties will make their closing arguments. I'll give you the last two instructions, and then you will be sent to the jury room to deliberate. So we're getting close to the end, okay? But let's take a quick break so we can all stretch our legs, get a drink of water, and we'll be back at 2:15. Okay? briefly, I just wanted to put on the record as to what's been marked as juror question 7. We asked question B, but we did not ask question A. That was about the vehicle being located. Were you given the option to press charges for theft, or did the police make that decision? I think we discussed kind of the process of filling out an affidavit, and just the way the question was worded, it was not appropriate to ask. And the parties all agreed to that. Was that correct, Mr. Alcorn, Mr. Beckwith?
No objection, Your Honor.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Brigida? Okay, thank you.
No addition.
All right. Ready for the jury?
Yes.
Please be seated. The record will reflect the presence of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you should have a copy of the final jury instructions in front of you. I'm going to read those if you want to follow along, except for the last two. We give the last two after closing arguments. So we're going to read the majority of these instructions. You can have them in mind while you listen to the closing arguments. And then we will give the last two and go from there. Okay? All right. For our final jury instructions, duty of jury. It is your duty as a juror to decide this case by applying these jury instructions to the facts as you determine them. You must follow these jury instructions. They are the rules you should use to decide this case. It is your duty to determine what the facts are in this case by determining what actually happened. Determine the facts only from the evidence produced in court. When I say evidence, I mean the testimony of witnesses and the exhibits introduced in court. You should not guess about any fact. You must not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice. You must not be concerned with any opinions that you feel I have about the facts. You, as jurors, are the sole judges of what happened. You must consider all these instructions. Do not pick out one instruction or part of one and ignore the others. As you determine the facts, however, you may find that some instructions no longer apply. You must then consider the instructions that do apply together with the facts as you have determined them. Indictment is not evidence. The state has charged the defendant with a crime. A charge is not evidence against the defendant. You must not think that the defendant is guilty just because of a charge. The defendant has pled not guilty. This plea of not guilty means the state must prove each element of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Presumption of innocence. The law does not require a defendant to prove innocence. Every defendant is presumed by law to be innocent. You must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. Burden of proof. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This means the state must prove each element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil cases, it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not, or that its truth is highly probable. In a criminal case such as this, the state's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there is a real possibility that he is not guilty, you must give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. Jury not to consider penalty. You must decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty by determining what the facts in the case are and applying these jury instructions. You must not consider the possible punishment when deciding on guilt. Punishment is left to the judge. Evidence to be considered. You are to determine what the facts in the case are from the evidence produced in court. A question is not evidence. A question can only be used to give meaning to a witness's answer. If an objection to a question was sustained, you must disregard the question and you must not guess what the answer to the question might have been. If an exhibit was offered into evidence and an objection to it was sustained, you must not consider that exhibit as evidence. If testimony was ordered stricken from the record, you must not consider that testimony for any purpose. Defendant need not produce evidence. The state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence. The defendant is not required to produce evidence of any kind. The defendant's decision not to produce any evidence is not evidence of guilt. Lawyer comments are not evidence. In their opening statements and closing arguments, the lawyers have or will talk to you about the law and the evidence. What the lawyers say is not evidence, but what they say may help you to understand the law and the evidence. Redacted exhibits. Some of the exhibits that have been admitted into evidence have had portions deleted from them for legal reasons. Do not concern yourselves with the reasons why some portions of the exhibits have been deleted. Do not speculate upon what the deleted portions might or might not reveal. Direct and circumstantial evidence. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of what a witness who saw, heard, or otherwise sensed an event. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of a fact or facts from which you may find another fact. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. It is for you to determine the importance to be given to the evidence, regardless of whether it is direct or circumstantial. Credibility of witnesses. In deciding the facts of this case, you should consider what testimony to accept and what to reject. You may accept everything a witness says, or part of it, or none of it. In evaluating testimony, you should use the tests for truthfulness that people use in determining matters of importance in everyday life, including such factors as the witness's ability to see or hear or know the things the witness testified to, the quality of the witness's memory, the witness's manner while testifying, whether the witness had any motive, bias, or prejudice, whether the witness was contradicted by anything the witness said or wrote before trial, or by other evidence, and the reasonableness of the witness's testimony when considered in the light of the other evidence. Consider all of the evidence in the light of reason, common sense, and experience. Testimony of law enforcement officers. The testimony of a law enforcement officer is not entitled to any greater or lesser importance or believability merely because of the fact that the witness is a law enforcement officer. You are to consider the testimony of a police officer just as you would the testimony of any other witness. Defendant's testimony. You must evaluate the defendant's testimony the same as any witness's testimony. Voluntariness of defendant's statements. You must not consider any statement made by the defendant to a law enforcement officer unless you determine beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statements voluntarily. A defendant's statement was not voluntary if it resulted from the defendant's will being overcome by a law enforcement officer's use of any sort of violence, coercion, or threats, or by any direct or implied promise, however slight. You must give such weight to the defendant's statement as you feel it deserves under the circumstances. Definition of intentionally or with intent to. Intentionally or with intent to, as used in these instructions, means that a defendant's objective is to cause that result or engage in that conduct. Definition of knowingly. Knowingly means that a defendant acted with awareness of or belief in the existence of conduct or circumstances constituting an offense. It does not mean that a defendant must have known the conduct is forbidden by law. It is no defense that the defendant was not aware of or could not believe in the existence of conduct or circumstances solely because of voluntary intoxication. Definition of control or exercise control. Control or exercise control means to act so as to exclude others from using their property except on the defendant's own terms. Definition of deprive. Deprive means to, 1, withhold the property interest of another permanently, or 2, withhold the property interest of another for so long a time period that a substantial portion of its economic value or its usefulness or enjoyment is lost, or 3, withhold the property interest of another with the intent to restore it only upon payment of any reward or other compensation, or 4, transfer or dispose of the property interest of another so that it is unlikely to be recovered. Definition of means of transportation. Means of transportation means any vehicle. Theft of means of transportation. The crime of theft of means of transportation requires proof that the defendant without lawful authority knowingly, 1, controlled another person's means of transportation with the intent to permanently deprive the person of the means of transportation, or 2, converted for an unauthorized term or use another person's means of transportation that was entrusted to or placed in the defendant's possession for a limited authorized term or use. Separate counts. Each count charges a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each count separately on the evidence with the law applicable to it, uninfluenced by your decision on any other count. You may find the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all, some, or none of the charged offenses. Your finding for each count must be stated in a separate verdict. Lesser included offense. The crime of theft of means of transportation includes the lesser offense of unlawful use of a means of transportation. You may consider lesser offenses if either 1, you find the defendant not guilty of the greater offense, or 2, after full and careful consideration of the facts, you cannot agree on whether to find the defendant guilty or not guilty of the greater offense. You cannot find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense unless you find the state has proved each element of the lesser offense beyond a reasonable doubt. Unlawful use of means of transportation. The crime of unlawful use of means of transportation requires proof that the defendant knowingly took unauthorized control over another person's means of transportation without the intent to permanently deprive the person of the means of transportation. And then we will hold off on the last 2 until after closing arguments. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please go ahead.
We just need control of the screen, Judge. Thank you.
All right, this is on. Good afternoon, members of the jury. As Her Honor just said, now is the time for closing arguments. It's a time for us to summarize the case with you and review the evidence that's been presented and the testimony you've heard. So, let's begin with why we're here. We're here because the defendant, Russell Allen Ostrom, was spotted in possession of a vehicle that was reported stolen. This occurred between November 14th, November 28th, 2023, right around East Granite Dells Road, mile marker 3.5, in an area known as Monument Loop Trailhead. So in any criminal case, the state has a burden to meet in every criminal trial, and we take that responsibility seriously. As the court stated, beyond a reasonable doubt. It doesn't mean all doubt or an unreasonable doubt. It means if you're firmly convinced the defendant is guilty, you must find him, or guilty of the crime charge, you must find him guilty. We have two separate counts, two different counts of theft. One, intended to permanently deprive. So this is the typical, you see a car, you take it, it's not yours. Or there's converted for an unauthorized term. This is where you had authorization to possess and use a car, but you converted it into an unauthorized possession. Meaning, David said he could store his truck on the property of the defendant. He never made arrangements that he could take it out, move it somewhere else he didn't know. That's converting it into an unauthorized term. So let's look at the evidence. We know the registered owner is Mr. Burdick, as Detective Dunstan confirmed when he looked up the vehicle identification number. The defendant says it belongs to Jordan. He changes his story. It's not Jordan's, it's mine. It's been abandoned. How would I get an abandoned title if it belongs to my friend? Okay, so the story changes. We're not quite sure why. Next slide. So it's been 2 weeks. He makes no attempt to contact Mr. Burdick, although he tells Officer Dunstan he knows Mr. Burdick works at Coyote Auto. He says he couldn't tow it to Coyote Auto. We're not exactly sure why, but he can't go to Coyote Auto. He doesn't go up there. The truck is in the woods. So there isn't really an attempt by the defendant to tell the victim, Mr. Burdick, hey, I have your truck, come and get it. He says he didn't mean to permanently deprive the victim of his truck. He's just taking the hood scoop off, removing parts and pieces of the truck. Is it because he temporarily wants to hold on to it and give it all back? Not sure. The defendant admits he knows where Mr. Burdick is. He does not know where Mr. Burdick lives or where to find him. The defendant doesn't have a phone, so no one can contact him. And he's in the middle of the woods off a dirt road, not exactly easy to find. So the defense will say that the victim should have done more. It's his fault. But we don't see the defendant making an effort to go find Mr. Burdick, tell him, hey, I have your truck, come and get it. By the way, I took some parts off of it. We submit that the defendant did intend to permanently deprive the truck from the victim. And members of the jury, the state asks that you find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
As Your Honor explained in the preliminary instructions, because the state has the burden of proof, they get to open, if you will, the closing arguments and then close them. So what I'm getting at is this is the last time I'm going to have a chance to speak with all of you. A lot of times in criminal trials, there are things that come about that not necessarily form a theme, but they're kind of spots that we can go back and look at after, in the beginning of the trial and at the end of the trial. One of the things that struck me was, and I talked about this in my address to you earlier, we had a potential juror, the lady who had been, was a retired law enforcement officer. And what keeps sticking out in my mind is she talked about how you shouldn't arrest people without at least probable cause. And that's been sticking with me for a long time. Because I think it's real poignant in this case. Think about, and granted, you've heard of Monday morning quarterbacks, I'm sure. Lawyers are the worst Monday morning quarterbacks you will ever meet, and that's kind of our job. But we're going to sit here today and we're going to Monday morning quarterback all the things that took place in this case. And I hope you will come away with the same summary I've reached in this case, and the same conclusion I've reached is this should never have been a criminal case from the beginning. At best, this is a civil dispute
over property. That's it. We don't use the criminal justice system to try to locate our truck after 24 hours of trying to find it by calling the police on our friends. It just shouldn't happen, ladies and gentlemen. And I do not mean in the least to disparage this officer at all. I don't. And I probably should have led with that. I think he did, with the information he had at the time, did the best he could. And I give him credit. Where's Mr. Burdick? Sorry. I give him credit for trying to help Mr. Burdick as quickly as he could. But when I asked him on the stand, well, would this information have helped you? Would this other information about the background and how well these people knew each other and the history? 6 years this car was at this location, ladies and gentlemen. 6 years. And it all came to a head within this sort of 2-week span. And the state wants to blame my client, not just blame him, wants to label him a criminal because he didn't do enough to get this broken down truck to a more convenient situation for Mr. Burdick. And nobody here wanted to deprive Mr. Burdick of his property. That's just not what happened here. The state's going to argue to you, well, that even if Mr. Ostrom had authority, had possession legally, had the permission to store this, well, actually Mr. Burdick had the permission to store this on the Ostrom property. The state wants you, and remember, it's their burden to prove my client guilty. The state wants you to hold it against my client that he didn't do enough. He could have done more to reach out to Mr. Burdick and say, here, let's coordinate this better. Here's where your truck is, come and get it. He thought his dad was handling that. Did he make a mistake? Maybe. Did Mr. Ostrom Sr. make a mistake about communicating with his son better about where he was taking it? Maybe. But we don't label people criminals for that. One of the other concepts that struck me is, and Mr. Alcorn talked to you about a French phrase, voir dire, which means to speak the truth, and part of jury selection. Another phrase comes to mind is Latin. It's called mens rea. It means a guilty mind. And one of the things that all of us learned in law school, Mr. Alcorn, me older than both of them, Mr. Alcorn and Mr. Beckwith after him, we learned about a mens rea, having a guilty mind, meaning you know you're doing something wrong, but you're going to do it anyway, or you've done something that you know is a crime. You have to have some sort of mens rea. And the judge talked to you about intentional, knowing, all those states of mind that come about. And that's kind of derived from what's called a mens rea. It occurred to me, we don't have that here. And I say this to Mr. Ostrom and to all of you in the kindest way possible. He's a lousy car thief. He's horrible at it, quite frankly. And it brings me back to a story. I was a prosecutor just like these gentlemen, and earlier on in my career, how many of you remember when you had to go to a video store to rent a VHS tape? So I was prosecuting a young man who had gone into a bunch of different West Coast video stores. And he thought he was real smooth. He would case the place. And in a couple of the stores, he actually filled out a job application with his correct information on it. And then when he thought it was, the crowd had died down and it was a good time, he would rob the place. And I remember meeting with him and his lawyer. We were trying to work out the case. And I said to him and his lawyer, I said, look, putting aside that what you did was illegal, you're really bad at this. I mean, you stink at this. Like, you need to find something other to do. And if we're going to label Mr. Ostrom a car thief, I think we can all agree he's a pretty bad one. Everybody agrees this car is not concealed in any way. I know the prosecution is going to make a whole big thing of it that, well, it's back in the woods. Well, it's back in the woods with a bunch of other people and a bunch of other cars. Oh, well, Mr. Burdick's car is the only one whose the owner didn't know it was there. Well, yeah, we know why he didn't know it was there. Because they couldn't communicate with him through whosever fault it was. Maybe it was mostly my client's fault that he didn't communicate well enough. Maybe it was Mr. Burdick's fault too. And I do agree with Mr. Beckwith's right. I do hold the position that Mr. Burdick could have done a little better job of communicating as well. These are people that have known each other a long time. They were friends. They worked on this car together. Do any of you really believe that it was my client's intention, criminal intention, to deprive this man of his car? If you all would, please take a look at page 6 of your jury instructions at the very top. In each of the offenses that's charged, there's this one element that's very important. Control or exercise control means to act so as to exclude others from using their property except on the defendant's own terms. My client never set out any terms under which Mr. Burdick could or couldn't have his property back or do what he wanted with it. And that's not only true for the 6 years that it was on the property, but it was true in those 2 weeks that all that stuff had to be removed from the property. That is an element that they cannot establish. You know why? Because it doesn't exist. My client never did that. The state's theory is, well, your client stole this truck and he had intended to permanently deprive Mr. Burdick of the truck. There is absolutely no evidence of that. I didn't hear one iota of testimony that said it was my client's actions, conduct, thoughts, or words that Mr. Burdick, it was his intent that Mr. Burdick was never going to see this truck again. It doesn't exist, so dismiss it right away. As to the other charge, and even the lesser included offense, you come back to that definition of exercising control to the exclusion of others. That didn't happen either. My client didn't do as great a job as he maybe should have of communicating with Mr. Burdick about how to pick up his truck. But you also heard my client's father testify that there was 3 days that Mr. Burdick should have come and pick up his truck and he didn't. And I get it, things happen. And it's not about assigning blame or fault. It's just things happen. This was a complete comedy of errors that resulted in Mr. Burdick, I guess, getting frustrated and saying, I want to report my truck stolen. Mr. Burdick seems like a decent guy. I just don't think that was a really good thing to do. And had this officer been told more about the true backstory of all this, who knows where we'd be? Probably none of us would be here today. Mr. Burdick was going to get his truck back at some point, and he did get his truck back, albeit with my client's property still in it. The state's making the state wants you to believe that because items were removed from the truck, that demonstrates that my client had an intent to deprive. No, you heard, first off, we don't know when any of that happened in the 6 years it was there. There's absolutely no testimony or proof that it happened in this critical 2-week time frame. And we also heard my client's dad testify about the stuff that's still at his house. Okay? Talk about horrible communication. I get grief at home about communication, don't get me wrong, and I'm probably not the greatest at it either. But, ladies and gentlemen, do any of us doubt that a few more phone calls, another day, another 2 days, another week, and none of this would have come about? But the more important part here, and why you should find my client not guilty of all these charges, is because he's not guilty of any kind of crime. He doesn't have a criminal intent. He doesn't even have a reckless intent here. The state accepted the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt when it decided to charge this case and now bring it to trial. I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that they haven't even come close. If we're questioning whether there should have been charges in the first place, well, guess what? Then it's pretty absolute that they haven't reached beyond a reasonable doubt, which is the highest standard we have in our system of criminal jurisprudence. For all these reasons, I'm asking you to go back, deliberate, look at everything very carefully. Compare each other's notes about the testimony. And you will come away with the same inescapable conclusion that I have. That my client, while he didn't handle this the best way he could, and a couple people else involved in this case didn't handle it the best way he could either, doesn't mean that he should be getting a criminal conviction of any kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeBrigida. State have a final argument.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, please.
Defense counsel just stated that a few more phone calls, this would have all been solved. The defendant didn't have a phone. He's in the woods for 2 whole weeks. He made no effort to contact Mr. Burdick, even though he knows where he works on Main Street. Defense counsel states that there's no evidence to show intent. You can infer intent from the evidence presented. He brought into the woods for 2 weeks. He takes parts off the vehicle. Why is he doing that? Because temporarily he's going to put them back on? We don't know why. It seems that it's Mr. Burdick's fault for not knowing that his truck was out in the woods where he never gave anyone permission to take it. He only authorized it to be on Bonita Street. And he says that his client is a terrible car thief. Yes, that's why he's here today, because of that. We told you at the beginning of trial that his client took what did not belong to him. We submit, the evidence shows, he intended to permanently deprive him of his property. And we ask you to find him guilty. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we give the last 2 instructions, does either side have any additions or corrections to the jury instructions that were previously given? Okay.
No, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. When you go into the jury room, you will choose a 4-person. The case is now submitted to you for decision. When you go to the jury room, you will choose a 4-person. He or she will preside over your deliberations. I suggest that you discuss and then set your deliberation schedule. You are in charge of your schedule and may set it and may vary it by agreement and approval of the court. After you have decided on a schedule, please advise the bailiff. You are to discuss the case and deliberate only when all jurors are together in the jury room. You are not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else during breaks or recesses. The admonition I have given you during the trial remains in effect when all of you are not in the jury room deliberating. After setting your schedule, I suggest that you next review the written jury instructions and verdict forms. It may be helpful for you to discuss the instructions and verdict forms to make sure that you understand them. Again, during your deliberations, you must follow the instructions and refer to them to answer any questions about applicable law, procedure, and definitions. Should any of you or the jury as a whole have questions for me during your deliberations or wish to communicate with me on any other matter, please utilize the jury question form we will provide you. Your question or message must be communicated to me in writing and must be signed by you or the 4-person. I will consider your question or note and consult with counsel before answering it in writing. I will answer it as quickly as possible. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, website, or social media to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until you are discharged. Remember that you are not to tell anyone, including me, how you stand, numerically or otherwise, until after you have reached a verdict or have been discharged. All 8 of you must agree on each verdict. You must be unanimous. Once all 8 agree on a verdict, only the foreperson needs sign the verdict form on the line marked foreperson. You will be given 2 forms of verdict. The verdict form reads as follows, and there is no significance to the order in which the options of guilty, not guilty are listed on the verdict form. Did you already get those 2? And so for count 1, the verdict form will read, "We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action with regard to theft of means of transportation committed on or between November 15, 2023 and November 28, 2023, upon our oaths do find the defendant, Russell Allen Ostrom, not guilty or guilty. If you find the defendant not guilty as to theft of means of transportation, or the 8 of you are unable to reach a unanimous verdict, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty as to the charge of unlawful use of means of transportation committed on or between November 15, 2023 and November 28, 2023, guilty or not guilty?" Then as to count 2, "We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action with regard to theft of means of transportation committed on or about November 15th of 2023, upon our oaths, do you find the defendant, Russell Allen Ostrom, not guilty or guilty?" And so these forms will go back with you. The clerk will now swear in the bailiffs. You've met Mr. Trimble. We also have Yolanda Spurgeon here today. She's going to help with any technical issues you may have.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear that you will take charge of this jury, that you will keep them in a private and convenient place, and not permit any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourself, unless it be to ask them if they have agreed upon a verdict, and to return them into court when they have so agreed, so help you God?
All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now go to the jury room and deliberate. Take your notebooks and notes with you. The bailiff will bring you the admitted exhibits for your review. Please have a seat, folks. All right. Does everyone have their phone number for the clerk? Do you have their phone numbers now?
Mark usually comes and collects ours, so why don't we go ahead and, I don't think either of us have given our number to the clerk.
I've never, so.
Okay. And then Mr. DeBridget, are you hanging around here today?
Oh,
Do we give it to Nichelle?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
She can get it to Kaylin.
Well, I mean, you're hanging out here, or you going across the street? Are you
Across
going?
the street.
Okay.
I have things to staff with Mr. Collins.
Okay. Fair enough.
Monday files to do. Hey, you can talk to Joe about your cases.
Did you? Oh,
Yeah.
I remember there was a day where for one
Your
reason
boss,
didn't
yeah.
have court.
Yeah, that's
There
right.
was training. So I still trekked up here and I met with whatever prosecutors I had cases with.
Yeah, and I appreciate you being
All
up
right.
here.
Anything else we need to put on the record before we recess?
Any off-record conversations back there? No, not in this, no.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think we got it all,
I
Judge.
think so. I think we put everything on the record that we talked about back there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just-
All right.
I just know we missed that last time, so, but we didn't do that.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
right, we're back on the record in CR 2023-00525, State of Arizona versus Russell Allen Ostrom. The state is present as well as the defendant and Mr. DeBrigida. The jury has advised that they have reached a verdict. Anything that needs to be put on the record before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can please bring the jury in. Please be seated. Record may reflect the presence of the jury. Has the jury reached a verdict? Yes. Will you please hand the verdict forms to the bailiff? The clerk will read and record the verdict.
Arizona Superior Court, Gila County, State of Arizona, plaintiff versus Russell Allen Ostrom, defendant, case number CR 2023-00525, verdict count one. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action with regard to theft of means of transportation committed on or between November 15, 2023 and November 28, 2023, upon our oath to find the defendant, Russell Allen Ostrom, not guilty. If you find the defendant not guilty as to theft of means of transportation, or the eight of you are unable to reach a unanimous verdict, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty as to the charge of unlawful use of means of transportation committed on or between November 15, 2023 and November 28, 2023, not guilty? Arizona Superior Court, Gila County, State of Arizona, plaintiff versus Russell Allen Ostrom, defendant, case number CR 2023-00525, verdict count two. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action with regard to theft of means of transportation committed on or about November 15, 2023, upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Russell Allen Ostrom, not guilty.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Does any of council wish to poll the jury?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, members of the jury, on behalf of the participants, we thank you for participating. And this is a very important service to the community, and our justice system wouldn't work if there wasn't for people like you. So thank you from all of us. The admonition is now lifted. You are free to talk about the case with anyone or not talk about it as you wish. If someone asks you about the case and you don't want to talk about it, advise them of that fact and they will respect it. Please leave your juror badges and your notebooks with the bailiff. The bailiff will destroy your notes, but the badges and the books will be used in other cases. Once again, thank you. Your jury service is now completed. You are excused. Mr. Trimble, do we have surveys for the jurors to fill out? Oh, wow. All right. So folks, sometimes if you like, you can hang out in the jury room for a moment, and counsel in the court likes to come back and talk to you, but I can certainly understand it's been a long couple of days, and so if you want to leave, you're free to do that. But if you want to hang out for a few minutes, we're happy to talk to everyone. So thank you so much, but you are excused. have a seat. The court will enter a judgment of acquittal as to both counts. Is there any bond posted in this case?
Yes, Judge.
Any bond posted is exonerated. I believe that's all we have. Anything else today?
No, Your Honor.
No, I just want to thank both sides. You put on a very good case. Thank you to our witness. Thank you to our other witnesses. Again, our system wouldn't work if it wasn't for everyone coming and participating today. And so, good job, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.